It is going live
There you go.
as we speak. It should be up in just a few seconds.
Okay, great. Okay, shows that it is.
All right.
All right, thanks, Adam.
No problem.
All right, welcome everyone. This is the meeting of the Mayor and Council of Princeton, May 24th, 2021. And Madam Deputy Clerk, could we have the meeting notice statement?
Notice of this meeting was provided in accordance with the requirements of the Open Public Meetings Act and state regulations governing remote public meetings, including the time, date, and location of the meeting, and clear and concise instructions to the public for accessing the meeting and making comments. In addition, the agenda and all related materials were posted electronically and made available to the public on Princeton's meeting portal in advance of the meeting.
Thank you. Could we have the roll call, please?
Ms. Perrone-Lambros.
Here.
Ms. Niedergang.
Here.
Mr. Cohen.
Here.
Ms. Fraga. Mr. Williamson.
Here.
Sachs.
Here.
Mayor Frida.
Here. Thank you. All right, let's start. Do we have any council announcements or reports? Eve.
Thanks, Mayor. Just a couple of quick reports. The Cannabis Task Force had a discussion earlier this month. Can whoever is not muted, please mute? It's a lot of background noise. Cannabis Task Force had a discussion this month with zoning officer Derek Bridger and municipal planner Michael Laplace, in which staff members answered questions about zoning and planning considerations that would affect whether and where a potential cannabis license might grow. And the task force subcommittees will be meeting for the first time in June. And just an update also on the sustainable landscaping project. So the project, again titled Changing the Landscape, had several meetings with representatives of the landscaping industry, both workers and small business owners. And we now have agreement on the outlines of ordinances that will restrict hours and seasons, months when gas leaf blowers will be used. So we'll be bringing that to council, hopefully maybe the end of next month to update you on what the proposals are. And I just want to commend Sustainable Princeton and the Princeton Environmental Commission for taking a lead in this process that really highlights social and racial justice and environmental justice. I believe that this is a process, while slow and maybe not meeting everybody's goals, is really going to be a model that we hope other towns will follow. And I'd like to thank Mayor Frida for being with us at the last two meetings and for really providing a sense to the participants that this is a really high-level municipal priority. So really appreciate your participation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Do we have other council reports? Or Dwayne, sorry. Dwayne, you're muted.
Yeah, because I turned off my mute before I switched to my notes here, but I guess I didn't. Thanks, Mayor. Just a few updates from Princeton Recreation Commission and Corner House. First of all, the Princeton Recreation is providing a really nice menu of activities for all different age groups. I would encourage everyone to visit the municipal website. Some of the newly announced programs include the Fairy Tale Theater Club for ages 7 through 10, and other arts and crafts type clubs. I'm scrolling down here. On a quick note, the recreation meeting that was initially scheduled for May 27th has been moved to June 3rd at the same time at 7 p.m. But just going back to some of the events or the activities being offered, I mentioned the Fairy Tale Theater Club and the Arts and Crafts Club. I'm just looking down my list here. Well, just visit the website and you see all the list of things happening. Also, regarding Community Park Pool, the pool will be open. You see all 3 days of the Memorial Day weekend from 11:30 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. And the pool will be open weekends only through June 20th, starting on Monday, June 21st, and will be open daily through Labor Day on September 6th. And just some more important bits of information on that. One second, I'm just scrolling down here. There's something else I wanted to mention. I'm trying to remember what it is. Okay, the Princeton Recreation Department's offices will be open all 3 days of the Memorial Day weekend, as well as each of the subsequent 3 weekends from 10:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. in order to process pool memberships and daily admission card requests, the DAC requests. And let me see if there's anything else I need to that's fit to print. Nothing else fit to print there. Just want to remind everyone that on June 4th from 6 to 9 p.m., Corner House will be hosting its Tunes and Tulips, a fundraiser to benefit the Corner House Foundation. Okay, and there we'll have the Chris Gold Jazz Quartet. You could go to Corner House's website for more information on that. And that's it for me, Mayor.
Thank you, Dwayne. Other council members with reports or announcements? Okay, I would just like to echo what Eve said about the Changing the Landscape Committee. That effort in Sustainable Princeton recently had the upcycle event, which also went pretty well. The health department has been able to get vaccines directly from the state, and we're doing pop-up clinics for the COVID vaccine, and those have been extremely successful. We've been doing them out on Witherspoon Street, different times, early morning and at night. We've done them in some other locations scattered around town. So we're really getting vaccine out to a lot of people that may not have had the opportunity to get to clinics. Also put a plug in for the newsletter. If you're not, for all the attendees tonight in the public, if you're not on our newsletter list, please go to our website and sign up for it. There's all kinds of information on COVID, but there's also all sorts of information about what's going on around town, job openings with the town. But anyway, there's a lot of information there that's really beneficial to everyone in the community. Okay, are there any staff announcements or reports for this at this moment? Wow, great. Okay. So let's go to the next item on the agenda, which is the public hearing on amendments to the 2021 municipal budget. And Sandy, is that you or Bernie or which one of you are?
Yeah, I can take it from here. So this evening, we will have the public hearing on the amendment. We've already had the public hearing on the actual budget introduction. So once we have the public hearing on the amendment changes that we did at the last meeting, then we will adopt the amendment and adopt the budget, and we will have another successful year behind us in terms of the budget. One of the things that I did want to mention, I can go over the amendments again briefly if you'd like me to, Mayor.
Yeah, high level overview I think would be nice. Okay,
so just a couple of changes that we made with the amendments that we made at the last council meeting. The goal of the administration, the finance committee, and of course the governing body was to bring the tax rate down to a 0-cent tax increase. So with these amendments, that is one of the major things that we did with this budget. We're anticipating a little bit more surplus, but we feel like we're in a really good position to use additional surplus this year and to keep the tax rate at 0. We made a couple small changes on the appropriation side. Some were made to debt service for the money that we saved in the refunding bond sale that we had. And just lastly, I wanted to let you know also that we did, I did the application for the relief money that we're entitled to for this year. So I'm hoping, Bernie signed off on it on Friday, and so I'm hoping before the end of the week, we will have $3 million more in our bank account, and we'll, Bernie and I will meet with staff in the, in the upcoming months to determine how we will move forward on the next round of funding and, what kind of projects that we will look to undertake for that additional money.
Sandy,
good, Sandra.
Thank you very much. I just want to make sure that we're clear is that when you did say the tax rate is zero, it's the tax rate increase is zero. I don't want anyone in the public to think their taxes suddenly disappeared. They're
No,
sorry.
they didn't disappear. That's correct. The municipal tax rate is zero. That's what this budget amendment will take care of.
Okay, Eve and then Michelle.
I'm sorry, I just need to add a little note that I just want people to remember that the municipal share of your taxes is only about 20%. So, you know, what the county and school board will do is not under our control. So we're only talking about that portion. So if your taxes go up, it's not us, but just wanted to get that out there.
Thank you, Eve. Michelle.
Thank you, Eve, for making that clarification. I just want to give a shout out again to Sandy, her team, Bernie and Bob Brusheye that worked really hard at keeping this to a zero tax increase. We're really grateful for your help and all your creative financing and making sure that we were able to meet the goal of not raising taxes, at least not on our portion. So thank you.
And I think Michelle means creative in a good sense.
Yeah, creative and good. Yes, not the other kind. Thank you.
Creative, but totally legal and okay. Legal and proper.
Absolutely.
Okay. Any other comments on the amendments before we vote on the amendments? All right. Are there any questions from the public on the amendments before we vote on those?
No hands.
Okay. Thank you, Adam. All right, so we'll close the public part of that and ask for a roll call vote.
Ms. Perone-Lambros,
Yes.
Ms. Niedergang,
Yes.
Mr. Cohen,
You're muted, David. Still muted.
Yes.
Ms. Fraga, Mr. Williamson,
Yes.
Ms. Sachs.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That passes. And just a note, Leticia had some travel problems, and she had every plan to be here on time, but certain things happen sometimes, and she's trying to get to the meeting. So I just want people to know that it's factors beyond her control are delaying her from being here. So I just want to note that. Okay, the next item actually is 21-168, the resolution that will actually adopt the 2021 municipal budget. The presentation is pretty much the same as what we just heard. So I don't know if there's any other council questions or comments. Okay, I'm sorry, Michelle.
I was going to make a
Okay, I was just gonna see if go ahead, make a motion, then we'll do
I'll make a motion
okay.
to approve.
Second, Eve has the second. Thank you. Is there any public comment or questions? Okay, can we do a roll call vote again?
Ms. Perone-Lambros,
Yes.
Ms. Niedergang,
Yes.
Mr. Cohen,
Yes.
Ms. Fraga, Mr. Williamson,
Yes.
Ms. Sachs.
Yes.
Okay, that passes. Thank you very much. All right, next up is the Princeton Parking Task Force recommendation. And for any of you in the public that have the agenda open, maybe on a computer screen, starts on page 13 of the agenda. But David, you might be David, are you taking the lead, or who's taking the lead on this?
Yes, I am going to share a PowerPoint presentation, go through it for council, and we're going to have just a brief presentation from Anthony Cadell, who's with Passport and can talk about the technology involved. And then, of course, happy to answer questions.
Sure. Mia?
I just have one question, and I got quite a few emails from the public asking if there was an action being taken tonight, and I responded that to the best of my knowledge, what's happening tonight is that the Permit Parking Task Force, which I think has been meeting for more than a year or several years, is presenting their work to the rest of us on council. And then you're going to get feedback from us in terms of and questions from us. And then there will be feedback and questions from the public. And then question mark what? So just there's not a vote tonight, right? There's no, in terms of what would be, depending on what comes out of tonight, I guess if there's positive feedback, then can you just sketch out, because for the public, what after tonight looks like?
Yes. So if we get a sense from council that you'd like to proceed, the next step would be to enter into an agreement with the vendor who's providing the technology. We would like to bring that probably at the June 14th meeting, where there'd be a resolution to enter into that agreement with them. And then there would be a couple of months during which we would have time to work on the actual revisions to ordinances that would be required, because there are changes to the parking regulations and that stuff has to be ordinanced. So it's about an 8 to 10 week process to get both the software and the hardware in place to actually enable the online permitting and to enable the license plate recognition enforcement that you'll hear more about during the presentation. So, we're hoping to be able to actually roll out the program in mid-August and give us a couple of weeks before school starts to work out any bugs.
But for the program to roll out, it would then, in other words, be brought back to council, and there would be a vote of council at that point for
several, because we'd have to enter into the agreement with the service providers, and then we would have to pass ordinances to enable the changes to the parking regulations.
Got it. Great. Thanks, David.
Mia, thanks for asking those questions right at the beginning. That's very helpful, considering I think a lot of us got a number of emails. David, you want to make the presentation, and then we can get public comment and questions after the presentation.
Great. So, as Mia said, the Permit Parking Task Force has been working on this actually for a couple of years, meeting regularly in the first year, and then we took some time off during COVID and have been meeting again regularly this year. But pretty early on, we adopted these basic guiding principles that we use to help us make the recommendations that you'll find in the rest of the presentation here. And the first guiding principle was to share available on-street parking resources in residential neighborhoods equitably between residents, customers of neighborhood businesses, visitors, and employees of neighborhood businesses. We wanted to have general rules that we could adapt to meet the needs of individual streets and neighborhoods without overly complicating the system. We wanted to have rules that would be responsive to the varying needs for parking at different times of day and night, and during the week, and even during the year. And we wanted to use the latest technology to benefit all the users of parking, as well as to simplify municipal paperwork and enforcement. So I'm going to run through each of those bullets and explain what they meant to us. So for sharing available parking resources equitably, we basically are making only subtle changes to what the existing regulations are in neighborhoods that do have permits. Residential daytime permits would be available to any property owner without off-street parking. And depending on availability, we ought to also be made available to others with off-street parking. We would have 3-hour free shared parking, which would be allowed on most streets for residents and visitors, whether customers of neighboring businesses or guests of the residents. On certain streets that were located a little more remotely, but still convenient to neighborhood businesses, employee daytime permits would be issued on a street by street and even block by block basis, with the number limited to ensure that residents and their guests will still be able to fill their parking needs. And then short-term permits would be available for overnight guests and for contractors performing work which requires more than 3 hours to perform. And we are suggesting 3 different increments for that: a 1-day permit, a 3-day permit, a 7-day permit. And that residents would, only residents would be able to purchase these short-term permits. And I will say, just as an aside, based on some comments that we've received in recent days, we are actually looking at handling the contractor permits in a different way, where we might make employee permits available to them. So rather than having to use the short-term permits, they could get an annual permit, just like employees of local businesses, but that it could be a floating permit that they could use wherever they're doing their work. So put that in the back of your mind, because we'll want to discuss it with council members when we get to the discussion. We wanted to adapt those general rules to meet the needs of individual streets and neighborhoods. So as I said, the residential permits would be issued by district. So for instance, in the tree streets, if you're entitled to a residential permit, you could park anywhere. So say you lived on Maple Ave and you couldn't find a spot on Maple, you could go around the corner and park on Spruce. Whereas in contrast, employee permits, as I said before, would be on a block by block basis. Again, depending on the supply of on-street parking and demand for it, the number of resident permits may vary. So, and what we're talking about there is on a street, for instance, like Bank Street, there are 18 residences without off-street parking, and there's only 11 parking spaces. So clearly in an instance like that, we're not going to make plentiful residential permits available to every one of those houses. Whereas in a different neighborhood, like in the tree streets, where most of the houses, I think all of the houses have off-street parking, we can be more flexible and issue more residential permits if desired. Employee permits, again, are just issued on streets that are a little bit further from the central business district. And what we're looking at is counting how many spots are available on a given block and then issuing 50% of those as employee permits. And keep in mind that probably not all of the employee permits are going to be used simultaneously. So for instance, there might be a business that has 10 employees, but they work different hours. So they might get 10 permits on your street, but there might only be 6 or 7 that are parked up at one time. And then student permits would be similar to the employee permits, where they would only be available on certain streets. And that's, again, only in the high school zone. Wanting to be generally responsive to the varying needs throughout the day and the week. As I've said before, the 24-hour permits are more strictly limited to residents, but overnight, when parking is more plentiful, we can allow more people to have overnight permits. So that can work well for a family that perhaps has 2 cars and they get one 24-hour permit, keep one on the street, and then one of them gets taken to work during the day and they have a place for it at night when they come home. We're looking in different neighborhoods at suspending the parking regulations, maybe on Sundays, if there are churches nearby that need parking. In the high school neighborhood currently, the rules are suspended on Saturday and Sunday because the demand tends to be high only during the week, or the potential demand where students would want to be parking. So it can vary, but I think we would follow the guidelines generally of what's currently in effect in those districts. So if your parking regulations in your neighborhood in the western section are 6 days a week, not including Sunday, that would probably be the default going forward. And then the hours of enforcement for daytime permits can vary depending on, again, what the demands are in the neighborhood. So the regulations currently in the high school district start at 7 a.m., but not until later, until 8 a.m. in most of the other districts. And the regulations end fairly early at 6 p.m. in the high school district and in some of the other districts, but we would have them continue until later in the evening, for instance, in the tree streets, where there are a lot of restaurants that may be open later. And so we want to make sure that, that the restaurant workers aren't parking without a permit by us ending the regulations too early, things like that. And then using the technology to best effect. So there are basically two aspects to the technology that we're looking to introduce. And one is online permitting. Currently, everybody who has a permit has to come into the municipal building to obtain their permit and to renew it. And there are a couple of ways that we can provide this online permitting. We can do it using Seamless Docs, which is a platform that we already use in the municipality for submitting permit applications for, like dog licenses and things like that. Or we can do it through Passport's portal, and Anthony, who I introduced before, will talk a little bit about that later. I do think that it's a lot more efficient for us to do it through the vendor's portal because they've got things really automated. And if we do it through Seamless Docs, there's a fair amount of work for our employees to have to process those applications. But again, we're open to different ways of doing the online permitting. Then license plate reader technology is something that allows the enforcement officers to know whether somebody has a permit simply by reading their license plate, and they have a device that allows them to read the license plates as they drive down the street. So it's actually the same data processing as we have currently. Because parking, if you use the phone app to park at our meters currently, that's all by license plate, and our enforcement officers already have to drive down the street and enter the the license plate of each vehicle that has paid using their phone app to see whether they're legitimately parked or not. So the license plate reader just takes that technology, which we're already using for our meters, and broadens it to the permit zones. In addition to being able to know whether a car has a permit based on their license plate, it's also able to do digital chalking, they call it, where basically they know that a car that's parked in a 3-hour zone has been parked for less than 2 hours or more than 2 hours, and are able to issue citations. So it really makes enforcement, the license plate recognition makes enforcement a whole lot easier for our staff. Now to go through the different neighborhoods one by one. In the Witherspoon-Jackson neighborhood, currently 24-hour permits are available to residences without a driveway in the former township section. And I believe that daytime or 24-hour permits are not available at all in the former borough. We're actually making that a little bit easier by allowing residences without a driveway to get a 24-hour permit throughout the Witherspoon Jackson neighborhood. And then, so one permit and then a second overnight permit available to the residents who request them, because again, overnight parking is more plentiful. We're talking about the same cost for either of those types of permits, which is $30 a quarter. Customer and visitor parking would be permitted for 3 hours without a permit on Green Street, Quarry, McLean, Clay, Birch, and Lee. And then employee daytime permits would be issued on Lytle, which currently has no time restrictions on parking there. And then on the block of Birch and Lee that are closest to 206, so they're further from the local businesses, the customer parking is not in such demand. And then there's also the McLean Street lot, which we would issue employee permits for as many, for all of the spaces, not just for 50% of the spaces, because there are no residents who live on the parking lot. So we don't need to preserve resident parking in just that one location. For the tree streets, we're talking very similar regulations, a single 24-hour permit available only to residences without a driveway, and then an overnight permit available to all residents for the nighttime parking, with free evening parking shared between all the users. Customer and visitor parking would be permitted for 3 hours without a permit on Moran, Chestnut, and Pine. And then the employee daytime permits would be issued on Spruce, Maple, Linden, Murray, Aiken, and Patton for 50% of available on-street spaces. And 3-hour customer parking is also allowed on these streets and for visitors. In the high school zone, we're more liberal with the 24-hour permits. It would be available to anybody who wanted one, which again mirrors the current rules in existence in this neighborhood. But instead of giving them for free, which is currently the case, we would be charging the same $30 per quarter. And I just want to digress for a moment here, because I think this is really an important point. You will hear from residents who are upset about losing their free parking, that they think, it's unfair to ask them to pay for parking on their own street. But just realize that there is a cost to having these permit regulations in place. There are administrative costs to issue the permits, and there are enforcement costs to have our enforcement officers travel through the area to make sure that the rules are being followed. And, it may feel unfair to be asked to pay those costs to park on your own street, but I think it's even more unfair to ask other taxpayers to pay those costs and then tell them that they can't park on the streets that they're paying to protect with permit parking. So I just wanted to make that point. In terms of the specific locations for employee parking in this area, actually, I'm sorry, one small digression here, which is that we did get a special request from residents of the east portion of Hawthorne that runs between Linden Ave and North Harrison. They all have driveways which let out onto Hamilton, which can be a very busy road. And that portion of Hamilton in particular, the cars are going faster. And it feels very dangerous to have to back out into traffic on Hamilton. So they requested the ability to have overnight permits in their neighborhood so they could park on Hawthorne Street instead of having to back out into Hamilton. So I'm suggesting that we do honor that request. Here's another critical item relating to the high school zone. So you all, I'm sure, remember the conversation we had a couple months ago about whether or not to have bike lanes on Hamilton Wiggins. And the Permit Parking Task Force was actually directed by council to look into what the potentials would be for relocating the parking that is currently on Hamilton and Wiggins in order to allow the construction of those bike lanes. So we did that. And basically the counts that we came up with using these same rules that we're using elsewhere is that there's about 50 all-day parking spots that are on Hamilton Ave right now, and 12 that are on 12 on Wiggins that are just 2-hour spots. And so we wanted to at least be able to replace those 50 employee spots and the 12 customer parking spots. Going into this neighborhood, if you look at the parking that's available on Jefferson, the first block of Jefferson, the first block of Moore, and on Hawthorne, in Humbert and Greenview, and you take all of those spaces and you give employee permits for 50% of them, that would give you a total of 51 spaces, which more than replaces the 50 employee spots that are existing on Hamilton. And then the other spaces that are available in those areas of Jefferson and Moore and Hawthorne, and even going further into the neighborhood, easily replace the 12 lost parking spaces with their 3-hour parking. And as we look through that district, we have the potential for up to 150 additional employee spots that are a bit further from the business district, but we could do that if we use the same permit regime throughout. And then I wanted to briefly address the high school parking and say that the representative on the task force from the schools had requested 90 spots. They currently have about 46 or 47 spots between Guillot Ave and Franklin, where it runs between the middle school and the choir college. And so they were looking for about 43 additional spots, and they had identified street, which they feel in recent years, they've had very plentiful parking to give out for permits to students because of the vacant Franklin Street lot, the old hospital parking lot. Since that's going away with the affordable housing project that's slated for that location, they feel like they need these 43 spots to make up for those lost spots. We're not saying that we're actually going to allocate all 90 of the spots that they've requested. We've been talking to some members of the school board about trying to come up with the right number. They have some other possibilities of places to have students park. Everybody's interested in trying to encourage more students to ride the buses or to bike and walk to school. So I think it's going to be, a bit of a negotiation to figure out how much we have to do in terms of providing those senior permits. But just so you know, the permits that they are requesting are only given to seniors, and that's what they're asking for. So that's a work in progress. Then the last area is the western section. We just met with them on Saturday morning. It's a very simple approach that we're proposing there, just because there's very little need from the residences for on-street parking. I mean, most of the houses have generous off-street parking for all of their own individual use. And so basically the on-street parking would be used for, care providers in some instances, or contractors who are doing work on the homes. And as I mentioned towards the outset, the comments that we heard there about the difficulty of having to take care of parking for contractors actually led to the idea of maybe letting contractors have their own employee permits, which they would obtain themselves and would be good throughout the year, so that residents wouldn't have to be bothered with that. But in terms of the street by street breakdown, basically, we're talking about having employee permits on Cleveland, on Hodge, on Boudinot, but only west of Morven, because the first block of Boudinot tends to get parked up quite heavily. There's a restaurant, the Peacock Inn, around the corner on 206, and a lot of their customers end up parking on Boudinot. So similar to what we've done in other neighborhoods, we decided not to give any employee permits where there was that kind of customer demand. And then Morven and Library Place are the other two streets where we were proposing having employee permits, for a total of about 104 employee permits that would be possible in this neighborhood. And I will also say, I want to sort of be a little bit preemptive at the end of that meeting on Saturday morning, because the residents of the western section have had relatively little time to reflect on this proposal. And part of that was because when we started working on this, we were focused on solving the much more challenging permit issues that exist in the Tree Streets and in the Witherspoon-Jackson neighborhood. And then we expanded to the high school because of this question about the bicycle lanes on Hamilton and Wiggins. And we weren't even sure if we were going to try and roll out the western section at the same time. And I think that my attitude right now is we do need some additional dialogue with folks in that neighborhood. So I don't think there's any reason for us to hold up the rest of the program while we work out the details with the western section. I've been talking a lot. I have some questions here, but I think I would rather, I need to give our guests an opportunity, Anthony, to present a little bit. So I'm going to stop my share. I think Anthony might have just a slide or two to talk about their technology.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Thank you, David, for giving Kelsey and myself, Kelsey's also on the call here, the time. So we're with Passport, a parking software provider. We actually already partnered with the municipality as we worked with you all to develop the parking app a couple years ago. So my name is Anthony Cadell. I cover the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic states on the sales side. And Kelsey, my colleague here, who should be in one of your boxes there, is the municipality's dedicated client success representative. So just wanted to take a few minutes. I know David, Michelle, and some other folks with the municipality on the PD and parking side have put a lot of thought and effort and time into this proposed program as a task force. So thank you, David, for and Michelle for doing all that. So I wanted to just share one quick slide while we kind of talk about bringing the program to life that David was talking about. So there's really two sides of this from our end. So number one is the public, right? The citizens, the residents, and the other folks that will be taking part and purchasing and applying for these permits online through the portal we'll make for the municipality. And then the other side of this is how do we enforce these permits? And one thing I think David and crew have kept in mind throughout that's really important is, enforce can be somewhat of a harsh word when you hear it, but the goal of this is to not, write a bunch of parking tickets, right? The goal of this program and using license plate recognition technology is to have compliance, is to allow the residents on these streets to have a place to park, their visitors to park, the employees, the students, the contractors, all the different folks that David has mentioned. So just wanted to keep that in mind. So the first part in the first screenshot to the top right that you'll see is just an example of a demo environment of what an online portal would look like. So we would make this custom for the municipality. It would be linked out from the website there. We can, help with flyers and things like that to promote the program. But basically, as it will be a new process, we want to make it as easy as possible for the folks to get on and apply for a permit. So I think David had mentioned earlier in his presentation, right now, there might be a shared doc type setup, but a lot of things are done very manually. We want to allow the permit applicants to do this from their home or wherever it is, most convenient. The website will be mobile optimized as well. And then we want to make sure that from the management side, that the municipality can approve and really review these applications and run the program through our cloud-based back-end operating system. So it's going to be a lot easier. I will say, anytime you implement a technology going from a manual process to an online process, there's always some questions. There's always some, kind of that trial period at the beginning when everybody's figuring out, but it's very easy, very intuitive. Folks will be able to go on, update their vehicles, update payment methods, even automate renewals, right? For when the cycle of these permits are up. So that is really component one, which is the public facing component. And then the second component that's critical here is the enforcement, right? So the license plate recognition technology, you'll see a camera in the tablet in the bottom right there. So these cameras will be mounted on parking enforcement vehicles, and they make the enforcement that folks are really doing kind of on foot and more manually now a lot more efficient. We've actually found that folks that are implementing LPR are able to cover about 4 times more ground than they would without LPR and be able to monitor about 500 vehicles within a 15-minute span. So this technology will not only be able to monitor the permitted zones that David is proposing and the task force has done the groundwork on, but also the metered parking, the app parking, the time parking, which David mentioned, digital chalking. And then this real-time data will allow the city to, kind of bigger picture, analyze trends and make more informed decisions as it relates to those current permit zones, potentially expanding permit zones, and really what's going on your streets, which are a municipalities, not a city, a municipalities, most valuable assets in most cases. So that's kind of just a quick, 5-minute rundown of the two components of the program. We've been working with the task force and the PD as far as, potential timelines and really scoping this out from a technical side of things. But really, whatever processes that are agreed upon, we will bring them online to make it easier for both the customer facing side and the municipality side and do it more efficiently with the license plate recognition technology. Anything I missed, David, or?
No, I think that's good. Let's get to the questions from the members of council.
Eve.
Thank you. Thank you, David, for that thorough presentation, and thank you to the permit parking task force. I know that you've been working hard on this. I have some general comments that I'm going to start with, and then at some point, I guess we'll discuss the specific questions that you asked. So I know in the past we've had some information about costs, but that would be helpful to know about, even though we're not making a yes/no decision tonight. So I think one thing that potentially this technology allows for is some flexibility. For example, you guys have been working on this a lot longer than I have, but maybe we could start at 25% on some streets or in some areas and see how it goes, iron out the kinks and work its way up. See, I think in a lot of places it's going to be really low impact and people won't actually notice much. But I think in some streets, for reasons we can't conceive of now, there may be issues. And so to start at a maybe slightly lower number of parking permits issued and work your way up might be something that that we could do. And the fixed costs, and I'm wondering, I'm going to turn this over to somebody who's more expert than I am. The fixed costs seem to be in the signage, which could be very expensive to replace if we change our minds about anything or change the hours or whatever. So I'm wondering if the approach on that, working with people who are experts in sign design, to do something that could be more flexible, as we kind of find our way and figure out what's going to work for everybody or what's going to work for most people without having to make signs and then 6 months later replace them at possibly substantial expense. I'd love to see a review of this, 90, 120 days in to see where we are and how things are going, give residents and employers, employees, everybody a chance to discuss how the system has worked. And then something that I don't know if we've thought about, and I am thinking about it because of the work that I've been doing with landscapers, is that there's going to be, well, a lot of landscapers come in and do work on a property and they're gone in 45 minutes or an hour. There will be times when they'll be there for longer. So there'll be, for some of them, there'll be a language barrier in terms of getting that information out. And also if we're changing the rules on leaf blowers and hours of work potentially, then this is kind of a double whammy coming at them at the same time, like a lot of change. So I want to make sure that there is an effort to reach out and inform landscapers in particular. There may be other groups that also need special information, and that the information is provided in Spanish as well as in English. So those were my general comments.
Thank you.
Can I respond to a couple
Yeah.
of?
Can I just add?
What?
Yes. Before you respond, can I just add? I'm a little uncomfortable with not including the Western section. So I'd like to hear a little bit more about what the rationale behind that is. And thanks.
Sure. Okay. So I do agree, Eve, that we could start out at a number lower than 50% of the parking spaces allocated on a given block and then increase it later on. So, I think we want to be realistic about what the demand is and not be overly cautious, but certainly if there are specific areas where we think that there's going to be a lot of competition for the parking, that we could dial it back and wait and see how it turns out. The signs, I got pricing from the Public Works Department. It's really not, it's a minimal expense compared to some of the other expenses that we're investing. I think I estimated about 130 signs, at two per block that would have to go up through the district. And that was only just a little bit over, they're like $17 a piece when you buy them in that volume.
It's more on the signs, David, we should say it's more the labor if we have to change them, it's more the labor, the time for our staff to put them up and take them down and change them.
Yeah. But I also think that the message on the signs is pretty simple. I believe that it would be something along the lines of, free 3-hour parking from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Extended and overnight parking requires permit. And so, that way, if we tweak the rules, I mean, yes, the hours are set, but, we've been living with these same hours in these same neighborhoods for a long time. So I'm not sure why the hours would want to change dramatically. And I guess the other question is, we've always asked for input on whether 2 hours or 3 hours was the right free parking limit. And we've always heard that 3 hours was the right limit. But if anybody on council wants to dispute that, we'd like to hear about it tonight. And I think it's a great idea to do a review at 120 days. And I think it's a great idea to have the information available in Spanish for sure.
Thank you, David. Michelle, you get your hand up. I don't know.
David clarified my points from what Eve's comments. I was just going to clarify when you say to go from 50% to 25%, we're talking about the employee permit piece of that, right? So that the rest of that, we could look and see what the resident demand is before putting employees there. And that was my understanding of what you meant. So just wanted to thank you.
Leticia?
Yes, thank you, and apologies for joining late. I have, I believe from the beginning of when we started looking at this, at a potential permit parking system, we've always said that we wanted it to be equitable in all the neighborhoods, even though we understand that some neighborhoods have more, their parking needs, it's more challenging to meet the parking needs in some neighborhoods. So I too, and we've said that we have said from the beginning, this would also apply to the western section, even though, as David said, initially it was the pilot program that we were envisioning was going to only be in the neighborhoods that pose more challenges. But if we're going to implement it, we did say it should include the western section. So I think we really need to discuss what the rationale would be for not including them. So.
Yeah, and I was suggesting not including them. I was suggesting that we need more input to allow them to try and get comfortable with it.
So I just want to make sure the council, whatever questions they ask, we kind of get through them so we can get to the public. But one quick point, I'm going to go against what I just said about being quick to get to the public. But if we issue fewer employee permits, then that impacts the ability to make up for the spaces on Hamilton and Wiggins, depending what streets you do that limit. So anyway, a lot of details still to be worked out, but I just want to, make out, like Eve pointed out, well, what's the impact on the landscaper that pulls up? And also the landscaper vehicle and trailers could take up more than one parking space. So there's a lot of these details that we probably just need to think out a little bit more and make sure we've anticipated as much as we can. Anyway, other council questions or comments before we get to the public? Mia.
One question I have is for the representatives of the company, and it goes to privacy concerns about license plate recognition, and I'm wondering what protections you have in place to ensure that the data that you're collecting is only used for the permit parking or for the use that the town has specified. And I'm wondering, how long is it stored? And are there ways to increase protection so that you're not actually retaining the license plate itself, but just a knowledge of whether they're legitimately parked there or not. And I am, just seeing this presentation for the first time tonight. So I would imagine that there are even more elaborate concerns about license plate recognition that I'm not able to articulate fully tonight, but I imagine I'm not the first person to ask this either. So I'm wondering if you could speak to that even more broadly than the question that I'm asking.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you, Mia. And you are certainly not the first person to ask it. So you're right there. I think a couple things to note here. Number one, if we move forward as far as any future contract, there is a fairly large portion of our SLSA that is devoted to data, different types of data, who owns and operates that data and how it's used. But in short, we here at Passport, we do not use the data for any marketing or promotional type purposes or sell any data that we have through the system, and neither does Genetec, which is a manufacturer that makes the actual cameras and runs that part of the software. Number two, I think you were right on in mentioning that what is done with those license plates and the reads is what we call them when you scan one as you're going by is up to Princeton, is up to the municipality. So we can be pretty flexible on how long these reads are stored. I know for timed parking there and the digital chalking feature that David had mentioned, we can wipe it, as frequently as every day, if needed, if that's what's decided upon. Kind of standard, what we usually see is about 30 days for those reads that do not register a hit or a violation. And then for those reads that do register a violation, it's usually a little longer in 90 days. But again, that policy of what's done with the reads can be determined by the municipality. And then one other thing to note is that in the past, and what happens with LPRs, it can also be helpful for other things within the municipality, as far as stolen vehicles or Amber Alerts or anything like that. But from our perspective at Passport, we do not do anything with it. And then the last part I always like to mention is certainly understand the concern and how important this is, especially in today's digital world. That being said, a license plate is also visible to everyone when the car is on the street, right? So we certainly don't want to use that type of information in any sort of unintended way that's not related to parking, but just kind of keep that in mind as well.
Yeah.
So I have two other just hopefully quick questions, because I also am really interested to hear what the questions from the public. One, someone wrote to me and mentioned that for the time being, there may be parking available at Westminster. And the question was whether the Permit Parking Task Force had looked into that at all.
We did not look into that for our employee parking. It is part of the conversation around the high school, the senior student parking. I think my inclination is to kind of bite the bullet and figure out a solution for our employees, because the parking at the choir college is not actually going to be around for very long, we anticipate, with Ryder's plans for that campus. So we don't want to rely on it and then have to be back in 2 years trying to scramble and figure out how to provide permits for 150 employees who have been parking there and no longer have a place to park.
And I would like to add to that, David, I don't know if it was mentioned earlier that, well, for one, the one parking at Westminster is the school district that is looking into possibly being able to provide parking for students there. But that's something that the school district's working out. Yeah, but in the beginning too, there has been suggestions that we could perhaps make parking available for the employees in private parking lots, that we could perhaps work out an arrangement. And we did attempt to reach out to private parking lot owners, but there was no interest. So it wasn't for a lack of trying.
So this is my last comment question. I certainly have gotten a lot of feedback already from the community that the preference, where and if possible, would be to use private parking lots in town. And so I am just thinking that there are a lot of people here tonight who potentially feel, or I certainly have heard, have some real concerns about this. And so perhaps it would be a constructive use of our collective voice to weigh in with those parking lot owners. I'm not sure who, is it Palmer Square Management who owns them, or so perhaps people who have an in with Palmer Square Management might want to, it seems that if there is space available in private garages in the center of town, that would be best for the employees and best for the town. And I do hope we'll further explore that. And so, and just on a related note about the employee parking, do we know how many employees actually park along Hamilton? Because another, angle and comment that I've gotten from the public is the perception that what is driving this is the bike lanes. And I guess, that's not exactly, that's not the major driving force, but the bike lanes are part of this. And I'm sure you'll get this question a lot from the public anyway, but, I think there needs to be some clarification of how many spots are employees using that would be removed by the bike lanes. And if the bike lanes were not implemented, would that then make a difference for some of these streets, or would those streets still be part of this overall plan? So in other words, can you speak to the relationship between the bike lanes, this plan, and the number of spots, how that's connected to the number of employee parking places?
Well,
Can I go back to the first question, at the parking lot question? And then do you want to talk about the bike lane question? Is that all right? So let me just jump in on that. First of all, from an equity standpoint and from an economical standpoint, for instance, the Hallfish Garage or Chambers Street Garage or even the Spring Street Garage is about $1.50 an hour. So you're talking about that versus $10 a month. So, someone who is waiting tables or working retail, or, any of the workers that are commuting in because they don't live in Princeton, really when they're making 10, maybe hopefully they're making $15 an hour, but maybe less, or living on tips and so on, for them to pay for parking in a parking lot would be very difficult. There may be temporary.
I think people were talking about making, bulk, like they were negotiating a bulk rate. I don't have the sense that anyone was. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So just to clarify that, and that also is really important to have open space there for the patrons that are coming to the shops. So the other piece of that is that, remember when Griggs Lot, looking down the road, Griggs Lot is going to be developed. So those parking spaces go away, and the new residences and businesses that will be housed in that building will then be using the Hallfish Garage. So there'll be that much less parking available. What our Witherspoon redesign will also take some parking away. So yes, we will engage absolutely with Palmer Square and the Chambers Garage and seeing if that can be expanded. We've looked to see if Spring Street Garage could be expanded. But I know right now it may seem like there's a glut of parking spaces because we're still coming out of COVID. But we're really looking down the road that's going to be very difficult to fill. So just wanted to answered that
I
question.
don't think anyone ever feels there's a glut of parking spaces in Princeton, but I do hope we can, your point about the Griggs Corner lot is well taken, and
Okay,
Go ahead.
David, do you want
can-
to answer the other part of that question? And then I want to get to Dwayne, who's got it.
Yes, thank you. So in regard to Hamilton, the total number of parking spaces that are all-day spaces is 50. Now, in reality, there are 9 of them that are past Linden, between Linden and Harrison. And the parking in that section of Hamilton is almost zero. I think it's 5 or 7%, according to the study that was done as part of the Hamilton-Wiggins corridor analysis. So really, you're talking about 40 spaces. And we also don't know how many of those are employees, because we've heard anecdotally that there are high school students who park along the section opposite Westminster Choir College. So, it could be 35 employees, 30 employees, even as few as 25, depending on what the breakdown is of who's using those parking spaces. I think that, we can easily find those spaces. But I guess where I want to go with this is I want to separate that question from the question of whether the permits in the high school neighborhood should be free. And I alluded to this at the beginning of my presentation, and really the inequity of telling people who live on Lytle Street or on Green Street or on Maple that they have to pay $120 a year for their parking permit, but for the high school district, that they somehow deserve a free parking permit. There's a cost to running these programs. There's a cost to the enforcement. And I think that the people who are benefiting from the permit parking should be the ones who are carrying the cost. So, my feeling is, even if we didn't put any employee permits into the high school district, that I would feel very strongly that we need to update that policy about the pricing on the permits and make it more equitable between our neighborhoods.
David, thank you. Dwayne, you had a question?
Yeah, just a quick question. The question came up from an equity standpoint about whether to give low-income residents of Avalon and Witherspoon on-street parking. Just for my clarification, this is from me not being on the permit parking task force. The residents there now, I guess I don't know, and I'm asking, do they pay to park in the lot that's already built there, right? The question is, how much are they paying? Anyone find that out? And I'm just trying to figure out how much it would benefit them.
Someone on our group had done some research about this. Actually, apparently, when Avalon was first built, Princeton Community Housing was actually subsidizing the parking fees for the affordable residents. And since that time, I think Avalon has taken over the management of the affordable units and have discontinued that subsidy. And, under state law, they're not required anything that they can charge. Like, they're not allowed to have free amenities, free to market rate residents that they then charge the affordable residents for, but they are allowed anything they charge a market rate resident for in terms of amenities, they can also charge full price to the affordable residents. So apparently the residents of those affordable units are paying $150 a month for a single parking space for a car to park.
Which would be more than what we charging at $30 a quarter.
Yeah, quite a bit more.
Right. Okay. So it would make sense to, from an equity standpoint, to allow for on-street parking for those residents. It will be cheaper for them.
Okay. Do we have other, one thing too, I know before Mia had mentioned, I think it was you, Mia, had mentioned Palmer Square management, but I think the task force might have talked to other landlords in other sections going down Nassau Street. So it isn't just Palmer Square management that was approached about other parking lots. There were other landlords also. I just don't want us to single out Palmer Square. Even though there are things we could do with them, there's other landlords also, just to be fair.
But my one question then, and I would love to get it, I'm wondering if at some point we could get an answer, which is how many employees actually are parking in the Hamilton, how many in the Hamilton bike lane corridor? At some point, it seems like there ought to be a way to quantify that.
Right. Okay.
I actually just need to say that it's very difficult to quantify because, we can't go back in time and do surveys of the parkers pre-COVID. So, we could get a snapshot of who's parking there now, but there's no way that we can know what full.
I thought, David, I thought there was a parking study done in 2018 or 2019 that did.
Yes, but they didn't break down who was parking in those spots.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Do we have other council comments? Because I do want to get to the public. So if we could.
No, can I just expand on that answer regarding who's parking there? We did hear when we did held a community meeting for the high school neighborhood. We did hear commentary that it was evident from those who live in the area that observed who was parking that it was employees. But that, as David mentioned, a portion of them during the academic year were students. And they could tell that because when school was not in session, all those spots were freed up where the students were parking. So
right. I think the student parking's mainly, though, right across from Westminster Park College.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. All right, can we go to the public? Is there anybody else on the council that has okay, so just for everybody in the public, Adam, our technology master, will be bringing you in one by one. Adam will announce who he's bringing in. There's a 3-minute limit to talk, so just try to think ahead of time your points you want to make so you get them in within 3 minutes. And we usually don't go back to people a second time just because there's too many people. So anyway, having said that, you're all encouraged to make whatever comments or you wish. Adam, can you bring in the first person?
Yes, we have Stephanie.
Thank you. Stephanie, you can unmute yourself and.
Hello, everyone. I would like to preface everything I have to say by applauding you all for the role that you do with regard to our town and my respect therewith. I have a couple of comments. I have 2 questions and then 1 comment. My first question would be why I wasn't given formal notice and how many other people were also not given formal notice and perhaps still do not know about this proposal. I kind of feel like it violates my due process, especially when you're talking about having a resolution on June 14th.
Thank you for the question, Stephanie. David,
Well, I was just going to ask if Trishka wanted to talk a little bit about what the noticing requirements are.
Well, could we say what we did to try to encourage involvement in the neighborhood meetings?
I mean, we've reached out with the municipal Facebook account and other social media. We've reached out to residents of the neighborhoods who we knew had email lists to reach their neighbors. That's basically what we did. Of course, all of the prior meetings before this one were just information gathering, and no action was taken of any kind at any of those meetings. But
well, I would respectfully submit that this is something that requires people to have something mailed to their home. It may be something that they want to know about, and I believe it's something that they have a right to be told about. So I'll just move on. You might want to think about doing that because I really believe that some serious due process laws would be violated. Nevertheless, speaking of due process, here's another legal term to throw at you. I'm getting the feeling that this is along those lines without the notice. It's feeling very eminent domain to me. I feel I deserve extensive information regarding relevant data, regarding alternatives that were considered, proof of need, and data supporting the need, which not only haven't been given notice, but it sounds like it's already been decided that's how it's going to be pursued. And finally, I would submit that you listed, David, in your report, the various neighborhoods that will be affected. And I would like to point out that some of the neighborhoods have some things in common and others don't. For instance, I live in the western section, and I would respectfully submit that the western section is not located within the central business district. It's not, as are Witherspoon, Jackson, Tree Streets. They're all near lots of commercial entities. Nor do I have a home that's near a high school, where you would expect those kind of things to be more prevalent, like where you would expect a resolution like this to happen, where it is more congested. The entire nature of the western section would be irrevocably and dramatically changed. I didn't buy my house, which is on Hodge Road, which currently has no parking anywhere for specific reasons. I don't know if anybody's aware of that. But the proposal to put parking on Hodge Road is respectfully submitted ludicrous. You might as well put parking on 206 while you're at it, because that's what it'll be like. And give me a second. I understand that this is a serious problem for which you're seeking a resolution and an ability to equitably distribute parking. But the points that I've raised, I believe, will need to be answered before a matter like this can move forward. It's pretty dramatic and serious, especially the due process and the noticing. And if anybody would like to reply to my questioning regarding the data and proof of need, I would appreciate that.
Stephanie, thanks for your questions. I think what we'd like to do is try to get through all the questions so we know what all the questions are, and then we can see which ones we have
Mark,
answers.
could we have the attorney answer Stephanie's question? I think she's asked a really baseline question about whether,
Yeah, we can. I'm sorry that I didn't get to that immediately. That was the next thing I was going to do.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. Trishka.
Sure. Well, the short answer is no, there's no notice required for tonight's discussion. This is just a presentation and a report from a committee that was formed to study these issues. These are preliminary recommendations, and as Councilman Cohen indicated, I think in right up front, no action is being taken tonight. Next step would be an agreement with the vendor. That does not require notice beyond the normal sunshine law notice and posting on an agenda. The actions that would actually implement some of these recommendations, those would have to be taken by way of an ordinance adoption. And as you know, ordinance adoptions, you do have to have a public hearing, a formal public hearing, with notice in the newspaper of when that public hearing is going to take place.
Trishka, to the extent that this task force committee, any group like that we put together, has neighborhood meetings. Is there a legal requirement for public notice, or what is the expectation that we should be aware of?
There's no legal requirement. It's up to the task force in terms of getting the word out so that they actually hear from the people that they're trying to reach, but there's no legal requirement for any kind of notice.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Eve, and then I do.
Really quick follow-up. My understanding is that the streets belong to the municipality and not to the people whose houses happen to front on that. And to use the term eminent domain sounds very serious. Could you address that a little bit as well, please?
Sure. Well, eminent domain refers to when the government takes public property or rights in private property, without just compensation. This presumably all deals with activities that'll take place in the public right of way, because otherwise we wouldn't be able to regulate it in this fashion. You're really talking about regulating the use of the public right of way. So that is firmly within the municipality's prerogative and or the states, because some of your regulations do require the approval of the State Department of Transportation. But parking is one of those things that is within the control of the municipality when it's on its own streets.
Thank you, Trishka. Thank you, Eve. Okay, let's just jump back to the public. Adam, could you bring in the next person? Jenny?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Thank you, David and council members. This is Jenny Krumiller. For all the time and effort on this project and for your kind consideration and patience, I really appreciate it, especially as a former council member. That being said, first, the presentation does not address sustainability. Clearly, the council believes other goals outweigh environmental concerns, and that's reasonable. But keep in mind that this proposal significantly increases parking availability, and that will reduce sustainability. Further, I know that individual requests for low cost or free parking are often tinged with desperation and stories of hardship, and that some council members may believe this plan achieves a measure of social justice. I disagree with that in terms of both residential and commercial parking. Employee parking is a cost of doing business along with rent, employee payroll, and other costs. The majority of Princeton's downtown employers provide parking for their employees. Those employers currently bear that cost, and they should continue to bear that cost. If we want to take responsibility for providing employee parking, we should consider an ordinance to require employers to provide employee parking. That would be more fair to the current responsible employers, and it would eliminate the moral hazard we are creating by providing low-cost parking for private businesses when market rate parking is far more expensive. Surely this would be less radical than calling for businesses to provide paid sick leave or a livable minimum wage. In any case, as many of you may know, it has always seemed clear to me that Princeton taxpayers and residents should not take on the new and potentially burdensome responsibility for private employer parking problems. Second is the issue in terms of social justice of providing new on-street parking for properties with limited or no driveway space for parking. It's important to recognize and understand that any house that currently has no driveway has a much lower purchase price and pays lower taxes than houses with driveway parking spots. In other words, these houses are more affordable. Adding new parking spaces will increase their price and their taxes. Many of these current property owners have coped by renting parking spaces elsewhere or by renting out their properties to zero-car households. Personally, I know of several no parking homeowners who rent their houses to families who do not have cars. Those houses cost less to purchase originally and will continue to sell for less than properties with driveways. I also know of residents with limited space in their driveways who want to buy another car but can't, and home buyers who chose not to buy a property near the downtown because it didn't have overnight parking. This is hard evidence that intentionally or not, our subset of no parking and limited parking properties incentivize lower car ownership residents to move here. We often pride ourselves of being a town with a large percentage of households that commute to work by walking. Are we really going to change our pro-environment strategy and instead lower that percentage? However, that logic requires council members to keep the large goals and the larger community in mind when individual residents plead for parking. I know that's much easier said as a former council member than done as a current council member. I understand the temptation to appear benevolent and to give residents a thing of value, especially when residents are struggling financially. But I don't think doing so is helpful to the big picture. Last, I feel heartsick at the thought of so many of our beautiful tree-lined streets in Princeton eventually parked up and down with cars like Staten Island. A car-lined street is neither peaceful nor pleasant to walk along or bike along. The mayor and council are stewards of our beautiful, scenic, and tourist-worthy town. I hope you are not underestimating the permanent detrimental effect of a vast parking lot streets on Princeton's old-fashioned beauty and appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam, can we bring in the next person?
Yes, just 1 second, please. We have Marco.
Okay.
Hello. Hi, Mr. Mayor, Princeton Council. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I have listened in on 2 sit-down sessions of the school district and the western neighborhoods. The parking task force, in my opinion, is nowhere near thinking through a cogent proposal for parking in Princeton. Parking is a complex issue, as you heard from a lot of the people, the respondents just now. When one council person tells me or tells us that parking in front of our house is a luxury, that indicates both the lack of sensitivity and understanding in each of our neighborhoods. And Eve, you said that also. And I say, just because the government can do something doesn't mean they have to do something. I think, parking in front of our houses should not be a tax. And this whole fiasco smells of another way of extracting more money from the residents of Princeton through parking enforcement. We have really gone over the rails here with a type of overbearing, rigid government, which I never expected from the Democratic Party. The lack of different voices on the committee is evident by the consistent public opposition at the sit-down meetings to this broad plan of electronic enforcement. I can tell you on my street, the parking permit system is fine. I don't mind paying money for it. My point is, I don't want vehicles coming down my street every 2 hours looking at parking enforcement. That changes the character of my neighborhood. In most instances on my street, there are very few vehicles parked on it. So on a larger scale, not talking about my street, I believe this parking problem has been manufactured by our government to achieve other goals which have not been fully explained to the public. One large factor contributing to this parking problem is the proposed elimination of parking on Hamilton Street. And David Cohen just illustrated for me how dangerous that street is. So you're going to put cars, people, and bikes on a street, even if you have dedicated lanes on a street that's one of the most dangerous streets in Princeton. You're going to have to put street lights on each one of those busy intersections. And we're going to have blood on our hands with this proposal. With the parking in the high school students specific for my district, there needs to be a cap on the high school. And I have not heard from the council, even at this meeting, any proposals for alternatives. I have no idea why the parking drop-off on on Houghton Street was eliminated, that had been there for 23 years and moved to Walnut Street and eliminated about 20-something parking spaces there. Finally, I'm disappointed by the lack of allowance of compromise, and these people on the parking committee are not listening to us. We'd like to explore other options that do not include a manpower increase of government for enforcement and an expensive electronic option for the whole town. I would be happy to work with the biking task force and the parking task force. There are alternatives to get from Witherspoon Street to Hamilton that don't involve Harrison, that don't involve Hamilton. So again, please give the parking task force more time to get this really right. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam, can we bring in the next person?
Okay, we have Anthony.
Thank you.
It looks like it's me. This is Tony Lunn. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for conducting this hearing. I have 2 points on the technology aspect and another point which is more fundamental. On the technology aspect, I would caution you not to be seduced by a clever new technology of license plate reading, because there are many other issues involved. Perhaps the most important one is that it will be necessary to check each street at least 3 times a day in order to find out whether somebody is actually violating the times or not. And as somebody else pointed out, that means an awful lot of little parking vehicles, parking enforcement vehicles whizzing around. If you don't do that, then it's not going to work. We found more than 20 years ago that the students were very, very clever in our area at knowing when the parking enforcement people were coming. And they had a little network telling each other when it was happening, and they rushed to their cars to move them. Think about these things. Another technology aspect, yes, for people with a smartphone and computer savvy, being able to get a permit is fine. Some of the people on the streets in question are over 70 years old. Some of them are even over 90 years old. Some of them are not particularly technologically adept. And so I would urge you to provide a telephone alternative to online bookings for permits and so on. But let me now get to my more fundamental issue. I commend David for his enthusiasm to increase biking in our town, and I support that, and I am a keen bicyclist. And indeed, exactly how you do it, it can be argued about, and the particular path chosen is to have a bike lane on at least one of our streets. What I'm concerned about is that we're going rather off the rails here when we do the other things in order to make this work. We are in particular, as Jenny so articulately said, doing things that are the opposite of this. The bike lane is fine. This will enable some number of bicyclists to use it every day. But this enormous amount of effort on the parking commission and this meeting today and countless other meetings is being spent on increasing the availability of parking and reducing its cost. These are not environmentally friendly actions. And I submit to you for your consideration that the disbenefit of making parking easier will outweigh any benefit of a few more bicyclists being able to use one street of the town. I particularly would like to focus on the student parking. We like to think of ourselves as an enlightened town, but we have we're way behind compared with other people. Australia, for example, years ago, figured out various constructive ways to get its students to go back onto the school buses. They put Wi-Fi on the school buses, they improved the routes, they did all kinds of other things. These, I submit, are the kind of things that our town should be putting efforts into. That is, how do we get students more back onto the school buses? How are we going to encourage carpooling of employees? as Jenny said, how are we going to get the employers to provide off-street parking and pay for the cost of that? We should move in a positive environmental direction, not in a negative one. And all this parking stuff is in a negative one. So let's try to refocus what we're doing. And instead of putting all this effort onto putting in a fantastically complicated parking system, let's try to look at it from an environmental point of view and remember that very fine Princeton Climate Action Plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tony. Just going forward, I'm sorry, but I should have said before we started public comment, if you could just say your name and your address when you start your comments, we're supposed to keep track of that. So sorry, my oversight. All right, Adam, can we bring in the next person? And remember the 3-minute limit. Thank you.
Okay, we have another Tony.
Okay. Tony, there you go.
Yes, hi. Hi, my name is Tony Lee. I'm one of the residents on Hamilton. So I guess my question to you is, so in general, I'm supportive of the bike lane because I actually view that as being a much safer alternative for the residents on the Hamilton without cars parked there all day, every day. So if you don't have the bike lane, what would you do with the existing parking there, right? Because if you then don't, if you're going to do permits all around and not on Hamilton and Wiggins, then my fear is then everyone's just going to be flooding to that street if you kind of left it alone. In general, I know I hear some concerns about the license plate scanner. So I'm wondering, is that technology currently being used already here in Princeton, i.e. the police, the Princeton Police Department? So, if there's no concern over there, then do we have more concern here on this side of the enforcement? So those are my comments.
Thank you, Tony. Is anybody from the task force, the parking permit task force, want to comment? Was there any thought to what happened if parking stayed on Hamilton Wiggins?
Well, in terms of the bike lanes, I mean,
well, no, so in looking at the whole permit process, was the only thought assuming that the bike lanes would be there and the parking would not be there, or was there? What was the scenario before the bike lanes were thought about as to how would parking on Hamilton Wiggins be handled? Would it be permit parking also, or was there a ratio? Or
I mean, the recommendations from the latest quarter study, both of the, there was no recommendation that would have allowed that parking to remain.
Okay.
The study that was just done, no matter what solution was proposed for improving that corridor, it would have eliminated the parking.
Okay, thank you. And Tony, we don't use this technology now in Princeton, but I know like at the Princeton Junction or West Windsor train station that they converted to this technology a few years ago. So anyway, it is a technology that's in general use.
And if
Okay.
I just briefly say, while we don't have the scanners, the enforcement by license plate is currently used in Princeton.
With the app.
Right, with the app.
Yep, thank you. Okay, Adam, can we bring in the next person from the public?
Okay, we have Patty.
Okay.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name's Patty Kim, and I live on Boudinot Street in the western section. And I just had a couple of points. One, I guess, is there are two main facts. I just wanted to, I think everyone's aware of this, but one is employees would like to park as close to where they work. And number two is that I feel like the streets in Princeton are already so crowded to a point of almost being unsafe. And it seems like the best alternative is to make use of the existing parking garages in town. I know you had mentioned that we tried to approach them and they weren't interested, but I was wondering who was involved in that and if the private businesses that were trying to find parking spots for their employees, if they were involved. So that's one question I had. The second question is, I noticed that, and I might have missed this, but are Prospect, Princeton Avenue, and Patton streets involved in this at all? Just because I noticed they are pretty close to town. Seems like they would be close alternatives as well.
Yeah. So that's great. I'm glad you asked that. I did cover it in the report, but I'm sure it got lost. But it's really interesting, actually, the tree streets, when we were looking at solutions to try and provide employee parking in that area. Right now, there's a definite oversaturation on the north side of Nassau Street. So we went across to the south side to Murray Place and Patton Ave and Aiken and Princeton Ave. And we invited them to the community meeting with the tree streets when we were talking about the permits for that area. And we basically asked them, we said, you know, we know you don't have parking problems on your side of Nassau Street, but we're wondering if you'd be willing to chip in and take a few employees parking on your side to help alleviate the pressures that are on the other side of Nassau Street. And they were very receptive. I was a little surprised, but so yes, those streets are proposed as employee parking locations.
Thank you, Dave. Eve?
I just want to add, Prospect, I think, is metered very far down. And David, can you just speak to that? Because she specifically mentioned Prospect.
Yes, it's not metered that far down. Once you get past Murray Place, Murray Fitzrandolph, it is not metered. So I actually didn't have that on my list, but I looked at it and it should be added because it is in the same, distance range.
Right. Right. The other way to state that, though, for I think Eve's trying to make a point. It is metered, though, Murray all the way back to Washington. So a good portion of Prospect is metered. Okay. Adam, can we bring in the next member of the public, please?
Okay, we have John.
Hello.
Hey, John.
My name is John Wilkin. I'm on Jefferson Road in Princeton. I want to kind of speak to the talking points that were in the briefing notes for tonight's agenda. So specifically, I don't support the relocation of parking from Hamilton Wiggins. I'm a cyclist. I ride down Wiggins every day from Jefferson to Princeton, from Jefferson to Witherspoon for exercise. The drivers are actually quite considerate on that route, in my experience. The greatest safety hazard is the dividing marker on the crosswalk in Tulane. Drivers see there's no one in the opposing lane. They make a move to pass safely, and all of a sudden they're squeezed between that marker and the bike. I would actually encourage you to remove that marker if you want to improve safety on that part of the road. I also want you to consider that cycling is extremely seasonal. So if we're going to make changes to Wiggins in order to accommodate cyclists, what are we going to do in the winter, say from December through February, when no one's out cycling? Are we going to relax this permit parking rule so that we're not, using up space on Wiggins for no reason? But like the major point I want to make is that the task force guiding principles make no mention of revenue generation at all. So rather, the permit parking system is proposed to equitably share parking resources. Therefore, the necessity to charge for the permit is not demonstrated. Permitting is solely to equitably manage and share the resource. So if you want to charge as a mechanism for preventing sort of just in case applications, then make the fee nominal, $5 a year, $1 a month or something, so that you can manage the system. But if the fee is to make the policing self-funding, because you're going to bring in license plate recognition software, then I think we should seriously reevaluate those guiding principles, because the revenue factor is completely omitted from them. So if we accept then that charging as a mechanism is completely unjustified, then I ask, well, what's inadequate about the system we have now of distributing 2 hang tags to residents that they can use as they wish for their contractors, perhaps in-home healthcare or childcare providers who might be arriving in a different car with a different license plate every single day or week. You're imposing a huge burden on those residents when the hang tag system is entirely flexible. Now, if you want to extend the hang tag system to employees or employers and businesses, well, we can talk about that. We can figure out some equitable way. I don't know what you're going to do if the demand for hang tags for employees far exceeds the demand. You're going to have to come up with some very nuanced system to determine what those priorities are there. And in fact, you would have to do that even with the electronic monitoring system. And I don't see any discussion of how we would achieve an equitable distribution of a limited resource on the part of the business and employer situation. I don't see that it's been proven that the hang tag system for resident parking is failing us. Is there any evidence the system is being abused? Is anybody selling their hang tags on Craigslist to high school students? Which is something that crossed my mind as something I could do. But there's no evidence that that's happening, right? So if there's no evidence of voting fraud, it's not an issue. What else? Other topics? So notwithstanding my arguments that there's really no justification for charging for the permitting, if the permitting is simply to manage a resource, then I'm entirely in support of on-street permits for low-income residents. But when it comes specifically to the Avalon Witherspoon development, they have off-street parking.
Hey, John.
Tonight. And
John,
so why don't they provide these maybe the council has to provide these at no cost to those people. But
okay, John, can you wrap up now? Oh, I didn't mean you have to cut off that abruptly. I just meant, could you come to a conclusion? John, are you still there?
He's muted.
Muted, yeah.
Oh, hey, John, if you could unmute and just wrap up kind of quickly, that'd be great.
I'm not sure where you cut me off, but the last couple of points was, should other streets have permit controls added? Yes, because Library, Hodge, Cleveland, and Westcote are all closer to downtown businesses than Franklin and Hawthorne. So we need to consider those in the mix. I mentioned employee permits falling short of demand. And as this is advertised as a pilot program, in the event that this trial is abandoned, do we have a handle on the fixed costs that will be incurred for street marking, signage, withdrawing from contractual agreements with Passport Inc. or whoever takes on the LPR contract? I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, John. Appreciate it. Okay, Adam, could we bring in the next person?
Okay, we have Kerry.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you. My name's Kerry Yates. I live on Greenview Avenue. Been here 13 years, been in Princeton for 40. So my thoughts are this. A lot of this hinges on parking enforcement. And in the past couple of years, that has been lackluster at best. Quite literally, I think you can not get a ticket for the price of lunch. And that is really the stick that will get people to move out of these 3-hour stops, which will then open it up for residents, for visitors, for patrons of businesses and that sort of thing. Secondly, there's been a lot of talk about not asking the rest of the town to subsidize through tax dollars the permits for residents. But my question would be, has to do with the high school student permits, which I believe are given to them by the high school, so therefore are funded by tax dollars through our payments to the school system. And perhaps we would need less of those if we were asking students to pay for them outright. Thirdly, you're talking about a bike lane to support sort of students commuting using their bikes as opposed to their cars. And I don't see how that gets supported if you're increasing the number of high school permits as opposed to reducing them. And my last point is just to point out what I believe is an error in the public reporting. It was stated that the Wiggins-Hamilton parking spaces would be replaced by unused spots on a couple of streets, including Humbert and Greenview. And I can promise you on Greenview and Humbert, they are not unused. We are full every day, 7 days a week. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam, can we bring in the next person?
Yes, we have Mike.
Adam, thank you. And thank you for the council and the mayor for the opportunity to speak. David, I think you've done a wonderful job in marshaling the task force and trying to identify some of the issues. I would note that as a brand new resident who's invested an ungodly sum of money in 107 Library Place, maybe it was a big mistake. Maybe we should have scraped the property and started from scratch. But everyone thought this was an important property that we should try to save. And it's been a miserable experience. But as a class of 80 grad, I was incredibly thankful to be able to join the community of Princeton again. That said, as I listen to some of the comments, there's a clear diversity of opinion between some people that are clearly supportive of the understanding of the burden, neighborhood by neighborhood, that goes on in the property taxes and implications on quality of life of these decisions. And others that say, laissez-faire, this is the way it is, socialist equivalent involvement, we need to come to an answer and get on with it. I don't see any data. Okay, I've spent my whole life as a CFO, and before that, a global head of investment banking, basing my decisions on data. I've seen no data that supports that we need parking pushed into Library Place and Boudinot. We have purchased the home on 107 Library. In many respects, I'm sorry we did it now. The cost of it, saving the property, everything that says is iconic about the property has been compromised by a lot of these discussions. The idea that I'm going to have a strip of parking of people that apparently probably don't even need the parking along the street. I don't understand it, and I'd like to see some data to support it. And apparently a lot of people don't believe the data is necessary. Will just by fiat and eminent domain roll through and push it into that area. And then number two, with regard to Passport, I don't get the company. I don't get why we give them a 50-cent surcharge for every time I want to put a quarter into the meter into this town. I think it's a scam. It's the nature of SPACs and the current go public mindset that you put in a subscription model to your business and put it in place and keep rolling it out. I don't know why we didn't pay on a one-time charge per service, done, call it quits. Here's how I want my parking done. And I think these guys are ripping us off. And I think they're ripping off every citizen of this town. And I think we ought to look more closely at that. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Okay, Adam, who's over next?
Okay, we have Christina.
Thank you. Christina? Christina? There you go.
You can hear me?
Yep, now I can.
Okay. So my question was, this is Christina on Lee Avenue. And my question was, if you don't have off-street parking, you would get anybody who doesn't have, or anybody in the neighborhood would be able to get an overnight permit for $30 a quarter. Is that correct? And then if you don't have off-street parking, then you could get a second permit also for $30 a quarter.
The distinction is that if you don't have parking, you get a 24-hour permit.
Okay. So then if we would have, if you don't have off-street parking, you could have, when you have 2 cars, you would have to pay $240 a year to park your cars on the street. So, you know, a lot of people in this neighborhood wouldn't be able to afford that. Do you have a plan to give them reduced parking?
Yes.
Okay, that's all my questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Adam, who's next?
Okay, we have Jean.
Thank you.
Hi there. You can hear me, yes?
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much. I sent an email. I am not going to go through that email. I'll leave it to you to read. I wanted to thank everybody for your time and your thoughtfulness and all that you do for our town. I have to echo a little bit of Mike and Jenny and Tony Lunn. I'm embarrassed to say I'm not sure what the need is. I'm not sure what studies have been done to show what problem we are solving. I do fear that we're moving away from sustainability. I worry about accessibility claims when we use technology. I really think that a parking garage is probably the best way to go for long-term planning for our town. And I just wonder if the parking task force has done any work in terms of examining, you know, locations and costs and creative ways to finance an additional parking garage. And I forgot to say that I'm speaking as a private citizen and I live on Mount Lucas. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, just real quick for the task force. I'm pretty certain we did not look at another parking garage, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Well,
and I will just say from a sustainability standpoint, you know, the most sustainable thing that you can do to solve any problem is use a solution that's already been built rather than to build something new. So rather than building new impervious coverage, new surface parking lots, or a new parking garage, which is much, much more energy intensive, lots of concrete and steel, we've got these streets that are already built. And that's by far the more sustainable solution to a parking need.
Yeah.
Thank you, David. Okay, Adam, I'm sorry, Michelle, go ahead.
I was just going to add that I am exploring some possibilities with a private developer type of thing. But again, you know, from a municipal building, a parking garage is extremely expensive and really moving away from sustainability. And in terms of the study part, I just want to mention that this is part of what the Nelson Nygaard study, which was done back, I think in 2017-16, said to look for was to utilize more of the on-street parking throughout the residential community. So that we have had an extensive study and an extensive amount of investment, but I don't think we've mentioned that at the onset of this. But this is where this offshoot is of the Nelson Nygaard study.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Adam, can we bring in the next member of the public?
Okay, we have Whitney.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
So my name is Whitney. I live on Cleveland Lane near 206. So this action would definitely impact me. So I thought I would speak out. I appreciate you all listening and all the work that you do. I am a little bit concerned. I echo some of the concerns again of others, so I will try to be brief. I feel that there's been a lack of engagement with residents of the western section. I found out about this today, just a few hours ago. I have not been the recipient of any outreach. I did not know about the meeting on Saturday, which I would have made all efforts to attend. I'm curious to know how many people were actually at that meeting. I suspect it was not very many. And in fact, David had admitted earlier that he would like additional dialogue with the Western section, and that it has not been complete. So I would like to see that come to fruition before we move forward with what's happening in my section of town. For example, if my views had been solicited, one thing I would have mentioned is that crossing from over 206 from Cleveland is extremely dangerous. No light there, and the cars routinely speed. I have children, and it's very dangerous for me. When I cross that way, I often have to go all the way around, which takes a long time. So I just feel like these are the types of things that should have been asked, and they just weren't. And I think that more outreach needs to be completed. That's really my main point. I would like to be included in this process as someone who will be affected by it. And I would like to, going forward, I would like to have all of our views heard here. And then I just wanted to see just a curious random point. So the attorney for the town had said that notice is not required for this. Notice is absolutely required for this public meeting, as far as I know. It's a public meeting under the New Jersey Public Records Act. So notice for this type of meeting is absolutely required. And I'm sure that it was given in some format unless, a mistake was made, but notice is definitely required. And I also saw that no minutes were posted for the meeting on Saturday with the Western section. So I have no idea what was discussed. So I'd like to see those minutes posted as soon as possible. The last time minutes were posted from the parking commission online or a long time ago. So I can't go back and see anything. So I'd just like more time and more ability to participate as a resident. Thank you.
Thank you, Whitney. And just to be clear, our attorney was not saying that tonight's meeting did not have to be noticed. I mean, tonight's meeting was noticed and properly noticed, but there's a different standard for task force committees that have less than a majority of the council attending. And I believe there's no minutes requirement either for those groups. So, but having said that, we do hear your concern and appreciate that. Adam, can we bring in the next member of the public, please?
Yes, we have Chi.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Chi, and I am on Hamilton. So I hear lots of people, I joined late, sorry, and I hear lots of people saying that they see no evidence for why are we even doing this. So I'd love to hear if somebody could speak very briefly about what is the impetus and why are people saying that they see no reason, but obviously you see a reason. So what is that reason?
I will say very briefly that the main driver for this is to try and provide more low-cost parking opportunities for our essential workers. People who work, they're low-wage workers, they work in our restaurants, they work in our retail establishments in town. They don't live in town because they can't afford to live in Princeton. They have to commute. Mm-hmm. They have a very hard time finding parking, and we're trying to provide more that is inexpensive enough that their employers will be willing to pick up the tab and provide the parking for them.
Okay. So then I spoke about this at the last meeting that I attended, so I live on Hamilton, and in the report that was generated, my street is 100% full in the middle of the day. And I think I mentioned that as a resident, I can't park on my own street because it's full. And I totally understand where the impetus for the wanting to find this parking is coming from. But I think that the people who are parking on my street on Hamilton are not restaurant and retail workers. Of the anecdotal people that I know that park on my street, they're office workers that go and work on Nassau Street. So when you're talking about making parking spaces for essential workers, are you also including these office workers, or are you not talking about these office workers?
I would not make a distinction. I think that, I know a lot of people who work at Tiger Labs who you would consider an office worker, who are young single parents who can't afford an office of their own. So they're in this communal space. I don't know if you're familiar with Tiger Labs.
Yeah, I am, yes.
I think that plenty of our office workers are also, and by the way, when I first moved to Princeton, I was a young architect working in an architectural office. And this is exactly the kind of parking space I would have been looking for when I first came to town.
Okay. Okay. And then I kind of would also like to second what a lot of people have said about the parking garages, because I think this was discussed at the other meeting too, that I feel like the burden for our vibrant downtown is being placed disproportionately on the people who live around the downtown. And that if the parking garages, which are built to provide parking, have excess spaces, not that the parking garage owner should give those spaces away, but instead of making the residents who are living near the downtown pay permit fees, to park in their neighborhoods where, people who live farther away from the downtown get that parking, for free. Is there any way to work out with the parking garage owners that they are compensated for the parking spaces for the employees, maybe at a reduced rate?
Right, so
That
had been mentioned earlier that the owner had been approached, and so far there's
right,
not.
but I was wondering whether the owners of those parking garages had been approached to give the parking spaces for very little money, or they were approached to pay for the parking spaces but then who would pay for those spaces? The
Right.
merchants or
Okay,
who?
can we, I'm sorry. I think that's going to get into.
I have a question for Chi. Chi, since you've been, a merchant on a street where it's impossible to find parking, I'm wondering if you, you have direct experience relevant to this discussion. And so what was your experience with, providing parking for your employees? And also you have experience as someone who lives in town in a neighborhood that doesn't have parking and who was an employer and needed to provide parking for your employees. So having experience with both sides of the coin, what would be your recommendation for this issue? Or do you not think that there's an issue? Just wondering what your thoughts are.
Well, my thoughts are kind of like what I have already discussed, that I think that a vibrant downtown benefits every resident of Princeton and not just the people who live close by. So I don't see any issue with all of Princeton kind of supporting a vibrant downtown. And if that means that the employees are given some kind of subsidized parking in those parking garages so that the businesses can be vibrant in Princeton downtown, I feel like, that's fair, because if you're an hourly employee, it's a lot of your income to pay for that parking. So if you want a vibrant downtown, and I think every resident of Princeton wants a vibrant downtown, whether you live far away or downtown. So I feel like all of the town should bear that burden and not disproportionately the people who live closest to the downtown.
But you're saying that the taxpayers should subsidize that parking for the employees and not the merchants?
I'm not not sure about that. I think it's hard for the merchants too, you know? Princeton is a really expensive place to run a business. So if you want a vibrant downtown, you might have to share that burden. If the merchants could afford, then that would make sense. But Princeton isn't a very expensive place to run a retail business. So what I don't agree with is that the residents that live close to the downtown bear the disproportionate burden, that the residents that live in the downtown area have to pay for their permit parking. That is a little bit of that doesn't seem quite fair to me. That's the cost that I feel like should be shared by all the town residents.
Sorry to put you on the spot. It just seemed that your experience was particularly relevant. So thanks.
No, I appreciate that because I am a resident of the downtown area and we were also merchants.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Okay. Adam, can we bring in the next person, please?
Yes, we have Tinica.
Hi, my name is Tina Castillo, 79 Dempsey Avenue. I would like to thank the Permit Parking Task Force and David and Leticia for working so hard to figure out this very complicated issue. And I am especially grateful because I bike. I am not a cyclist. I'm just a person who bikes from A to B. And my husband and I bike year round, unless it gets to be below, 0 degrees Fahrenheit, then we stay home. But other than that, we've been on our bikes all year. And I have also been standing on that road and watching how middle school and high school students use the road to get to downtown, whether it be the library or on their way to a snack, and it's a very social affair. They go with their friends and it's marvelous. But when these kids are on their bikes, with all the cars parked there, car drivers basically have a choice of either crawling behind the bicycle riders or illegally crossing the double yellow line, which many do, and it's dangerous. And so I'm really grateful that you are taking these steps to make so that proper bike lanes can be installed on this corridor, which is very busy and has a lot of crashes. And also because it is, bike lanes are on our bicycle mobility plan. So I think this is a wonderful first step. As to this question of who is parking, there was a corridor study done, and they counted the people who used the parking spots, and that this was done in 2018, so that was before the pandemic. And you can just look up the study, but if you look at which places are occupied when, you can surmise who parks on the corridor. So between Van Deventer and Moore, it's mostly customers occupying the 2-hour spaces. You can tell by when they start there, when they start parking there, how busy it is on the weekends, etc. The all-day and free parking from Moore to Chestnut is occupied mostly, like Chi has pointed out, by daytime employees, because by the evening time, it's really kind of empty. And on the weekends, it's also very little occupied. And then from Chestnut to Harrison, the occupation tends to be low, even pre-pandemic. And even though the count was done during the school year. So it is, I am so looking forward to seeing this corridor traffic calmed, so that it no longer carries nearly as much traffic as Nassau Street does, which is kind of outrageous, I think, because this is a residential street after all. And I would like to thank you again for working to make that happen.
Thank you. All right, Adam, next person.
Okay, we have L coming in.
Lisa. Lisa, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
Sorry.
This is Lisa Sariasol. I'm actually speaking tonight from the perspective of the Pedestrian and Bicycle Advisory Committee to really just reflect on a few comments that were made earlier. One of them was a reference to the fact that a lot of the permit parking task force efforts have been to find parking spaces and help employees who can't afford to live in Princeton find parking spaces. And I would like you to reflect on the fact that there are also employees who live in Princeton, but instead of not being able to afford a parking space, they can't afford a car. And so what they need is safety to be able to get to and from their work by bike. And they use the Robson, Wiggins, and Hamilton corridor to the extent they can as one of those conduits to connect from where they live to their workplace and back. And sometimes coming back home is at 1 or 2 in the morning. So I'd just like to, first of all, point that out. Secondly, that it's not a seasonal hobby of theirs to be able to ride their bikes. They're actually riding them 365 days a year as long as they can be employed. Excuse me. The third point I'd like to also bring to everyone's attention about bicycle riders is that going to school is not necessarily a trade-off for a high school senior to decide whether or not they can drive their car or ride their bike, because there is a whole school of middle school students who would like to be riding their bikes to and from school safely if they had safe routes to do it on. And that's part of the impetus for this corridor. If you've had a child in the middle school, you might know that at the end of the school day, there's a phenomenon, so to speak, known as walking or going into town, which is like a rite of passage for many of these early teenage kids that are finding their independence. And thank goodness they can do so in Princeton without the supervision of their immediate parents. But they do all migrate to Hamilton, Wiggins, and either walk or ride their bikes. So if you try to force all of those kids, both bike riders and pedestrians, onto the sidewalk at the same time, then you end up with a lot of jostling for a narrow piece of real estate, so to speak. So that was another reason why the bike lanes have been an important part of the conversations that have led us to where we are looking at these parking issues around the town. And finally, I want to thank the people who have mentioned the climate action plan several times in the last several comments about the fact that 30% of the contribution of our town's CO2 emissions comes from transportation. And if you put people on bikes or walking or public transit, you bring that number down very quickly. So I'd just like to point out that we try to look forward into finding solutions to our climate issues, our equity issues, and to make our students healthier by riding or walking to school rather than riding in a private vehicle. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Adam, next.
Okay, we have Anita.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening.
Hi, Anita.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I just want to ask, and you can answer after I get off, how many people are in the meeting today? I know if we were in the room, we'd see what the audience was. I always like to know how big the audience is or how many are on.
There are 89, well, counting you, there'd be 90 90 people from the public. And then the people you can see on the screen, there's 17 of us.
That's good. Earlier today, I sent council a copy of a petition that circulated starting on Saturday that gained now 119 signers in opposition to the parking plan. I think you all have received that. That electronic version that went out had an attachment to the video of the high school presentation from the task force so that everybody was well aware of what was being discussed. I did have the opportunity to sit in on the Western section meeting on Saturday. I really wish that meeting had been taped as well because there was a lot of good points there. And I just want to go over a few of them to underline them and let the public know. And then I'd like to talk about an effect that I don't think that you may have considered. And then I have some questions and an observation. So I'll try to talk as fast as I can. So if you don't understand me, you can slow me down. One of the points from the Western section that was talked about was, and I think somebody else said this, why are we subsidizing businesses who should be providing employee parking? And I think that is a very important point. I think it's been said before, and I would just underline that. The other thing that was noted, and this goes along sort of with the effect that I'm going to talk about, is that in effect, this devalues homes that don't have enough parking. So if I'm, for instance, putting my house up for sale, Zillow's going to say how many spaces I have now. And if I have one space, I am not going to be as attractive to people who want to have 3 spaces. So it devalues the home. And what came out in the Western section was someone had said that this had happened, something similar in the Western section, and people go and get a revaluation of their taxes because the home has now been devalued. And this was allowed. So there is that effect to consider, that people will go back, get their house reassessed, and there will be a cut in taxes, which is, income for the town. So the other thing that was brought up in the Western section meeting, which was so good, which was that we're creating a parking lot out of Princeton. And I think somebody else said that tonight. So those are the points from the Western section meeting. And another one that I'll come up with it in a minute. So the effect that I wanted to talk about is, so I have a home and I have people coming, and there's a guy on our street who had his summer barbecue for his staff. That's very expensive. And you're coming out of a pandemic, you want people to visit you, you're going to have to pay now to have them come to your house. So what would you do if you were in this situation? What would you do? Because people are thinking about this, and I like to suggest what I think people are going to do, because I think it's with the devaluation and with that kind of situation, I'll tell you what people are going to do. They are going to pave over their lawns. If you are so lucky as to have a driveway, you're going to widen it. You're going to go up on your lawn, and you are going to make more spaces for yourself, for your contractors, maybe one to fit that big flatbed from your landscaper. If you don't have a driveway, you're going to ask to have the curb opened to put a driveway, because you're not going to pay this. So when you talk about making Princeton into a parking lot, you should think about this effect, because it will happen. And then you can come around and pave right over and I would hate to see it, the lawn at the high school, and put some parking there, because I think that's where we're headed. Anyway, so that is the fact that I don't think that anybody's talked about, but I think it's a real effect. We've seen it in other towns. It's very ugly. And then you will have, no one parking on the street and everybody parking on their lawn, perhaps, or parking everywhere. Looking like Staten Island, I think somebody said. So questions. If there is no demand on a given street, would this be rescinded for that street? So if they have no employees coming to that street, will that then be turned down? Will you take it off? Because I can envision, especially on, my little street of Harris Road, nobody parks there. I can't park, there'll be nobody on the street, but if I park there, I'm gonna get charged. And I think John Wilkins said a really important thing, which was if, there's no justification if this is done to manage the system, there's no justification for a charge. So if we're doing this because we want to take care of employees and we want to take care of a possible people moving off of this bike lane that wants to be put in, then why are we charging people to park overnight? Because I don't think the employees are going to park overnight, and I don't think the bike lane is going to be used overnight. So that is a question I have generally. Trash and brush pickup was something that we brought up in our meeting that hasn't been addressed. I know the whole side of my street can be full of leaves in the fall. I lost 10 trees around my property in the last 10 years, and I still have a shady lot. So these London Plains trees, they drop limbs and leaves from June until I just raked today.
Anita,
Yeah, am I up?
you are, so just kind of come to a conclusion. I don't want to cut you off.
The last thing that I wanted to say, and one of the things that came up is that Michelle let us know that there were alternatives being considered, and we haven't heard what those alternatives are, so I'm very curious about that. But I just want to underline that people in general are feeling that although you may have, checked all the legal requirements, that, we're not getting enough notice about this. We had one meeting, and a lot of people have found out from flyers that a neighbor put out that this is even happening and have come to me about it. So we're in a digital age now. There's got to be a better way to notify people than expect that they're going to read the town topics. And lastly, something that was said was that in the Western Section meeting is that this is our town and we want to be listened to, and we don't feel we're being listened to. We feel we're being told. So I'll leave you with that.
Thank you, Anita. Adam, can we bring in the next person?
Yes, we have a Princeton resident coming in.
Okay. All right, whoever Princeton resident is, you could unmute yourself and just announce who you are.
I think that might be me.
Yes.
Since I was told to unmute. Sorry, I was also slumbering. Carlos Rodriguez from Moore Street. You probably read my letter to the editor in the Town Topics and Planet Princeton. So I'm not going to belabor the comments on the parking solution. I would just comment on the Hamilton-Wiggins bikeway proposal. Parked cars actually narrow the cartway, which means that cars move more slowly. If you remove the parking there, which I support and totally support, make the bikeway there, you need to add traffic calming devices at the various intersections to keep the traffic speed low. And there are a number of notorious intersections that require traffic calming guards, that require crossing guards, and they're there every day so I think it's a move in the right direction, but it's an incomplete move. It needs additional work. So speed tables or other traffic calming devices need to occur at those intersections so that the traffic on Hamilton-Wiggins is kept at a reasonable pace that doesn't endanger the kids that are crossing over to go to the middle school or the high school or wherever. That's basically my comment for tonight.
Thank you. All right, Adam, who's next?
Okay, we have another Anita.
Okay. Anita, if you could unmute yourself and just say who you are, that'd be great.
Hi, this is Anita Trollinger. I also live on Hawthorne Avenue. And I just have a very brief comment. I was only aware of this in the last couple of days because I've been away. And I was particularly interested in Tony Lunn's opinion piece in the Town Topics regarding this issue with parking. And I just basically want to say, from what I've been listening to for the last hour or so, that I completely agree with Tony. I would really like to keep up with more that's going on with this, but I feel like I hope that I don't feel that this is a done deal, that it is going to move forward, and that we will be looking into this and not making an absolute decision on this. And I'm feeling this way just because I'm only aware of it as of now. So I just really wanted to respond to Tony Lunn's piece in the Town Topics. And thank you so much. And I hope you will take this in regards.
Thank you, Anita.
Mark, I'm so sorry, but can I make one comment to both of the Anitas? This is just starting. There are 3 council members tonight who are just hearing this for the first time. This is the beginning of a process. I mean, it's the beginning of a new stage of the process. The permit parking task force has been meeting with different neighborhoods and they've come up with a draft plan, but there's no done deal there. I think that was the point of my initial question about what the time frame was, and I want to reassure the public that there are obviously a lot of people who still need to weigh in. The council members who are not part of the permit task force need to absorb it and discuss it, and I think there's still a lot of work to be done. So we hear you. We are listening tonight, and this is just the beginning of a wider process of public engagement.
Thank you, Mia. Adam, can we bring in the next person?
Yes, we have Gary.
Hey, how are you? This is Boot Seam. So now's a trivia question. You guys know my real name. Only my parents and my employees know my real name. But I live at 1 Morven Place. And, when we lived in Vermont for a while, there was a phrase invariably used by the town moderator at each town meeting. And it's that everything has already been said, just not everyone's had a chance to say it. So I'll try to be brief here. But it's clear there's significant negative feedback here tonight. I haven't heard a single supporter from this proposal, and it's been from multiple neighborhoods. Like, one question I would have is, where are the businesses or employees who seem to be the sole beneficiaries from this proposal? I haven't seen them voice in here. The data behind these plans seems to be simply not there. Just today, and I know COVID plays a role in this, but I drove through the parking garages in downtown Princeton, roughly 250 open spots at 11 a.m. this morning in Spring Street and Hallfish garages. So, I mean, is this really an issue of employers and employees not wanting to pay for parking? And is the task force aware also that the Princeton branch of PNC is the only branch in the US that pays for its employees' parking? So why don't the other businesses in Princeton step up into that role? The economics of Passport and the $2 fee per transaction seems a little rich. I know Mike mentioned that earlier. And $30 for 90 days of parking seems a bit light on the other end. So there might be some better alternatives as a financial model and enforcement. We mentioned the western section was sorely left out and excluded from the discussions of this process. And from what we can tell from the brief information we can find online, this was a western section only jammed into the plan probably in mid-May. But maybe if there's something different, be glad to see the info behind that. The task force admitted during the meeting on Saturday that assessments on property value were not considered in the financial model. And there is a precedent in place that does dictate reduced assessments when there's long-term parking in front of your property. So I believe this can be a very costly effect to the town, and not just the western section as well. So that said, as you can tell, I strongly disagree with the recommendations made here. I do plan to aggressively oppose this plan as if it moves forward, and want to make sure everyone knows where we stand. Thanks for your efforts, though, because I know this is a difficult topic to embrace.
Thank you. Okay, Adam, who's
Okay.
next?
We have Kathleen.
Okay.
Hi. I'm very sorry that the western section seems to have dominated the comments tonight. As David said, maybe they were, their meeting was just a few days ago, and so they feel like they've been blindsided. But for the rest of us, this process has been going on for 2 years, and I think it's about time some action was taken. I hope it'll be on a trial basis, and that, if it doesn't work out, changes will be made, but I think we need to move ahead in some format. David, I think you said that you would not reserve permits in the McLean Street lot for residents. They would all be for businesses, but some of us, me, would like to continue to park there, because otherwise I have to move my car every Wednesday for street cleaning. And then there's always, the issue of the trash people missing your trash bins because they're behind parked cars and things like that. So I had planned to continue with my parking lot permit. And my hope was that I could get on street so I could park there during the day and move it to the lot at night. So,
I'm sorry, Kathleen, but I do want to just interject that the thought was that the daytime use of that lot would be for business, but nighttime would still permit resident parking in the McLean lot.
okay, so I would need to move to the street during the day.
Yeah.
So I could get 2 permits.
Yes. I mean, you wouldn't need to get 2 permits. If you've got a residence without off-street parking, 24-hour permit that you could use on the street during the day or the night, but you could also park at night in the McLean Street lot.
Okay. Well, also, I just want to say that the people who say that nobody should be allowed to park on the street for sustainability and that moving in that direction is wrong, like Jenny Crumiller and Tony Lunn. I just think they are being mean. First of all, my taxes are no lower than the attached house that has parking. So Jenny's assumption that my costs are lower because I bought a house without parking are not correct. And I'll leave it at that. I just, some of the comments tonight, I've just been shaking my head. So, and I want to repeat, this process has been underway for 2 years, and the task force has been listening to people for 2 years and holding meetings. I was away and I took advantage of a trip home to go to a meeting, and that was almost 1.5 years ago. So yeah, it's time to move on.
Thank you, Kathleen. All right, Adam, can we bring in the next person?
Yes, we have Jenny.
Hi, I'm Jenny Hartshorn, and I live on Madison Street. I'm on 1 block from Nassau and Van Divender, and there are just not enough spaces to park in town. There's no place for neighbors. I have friends who work in town who have to spend a lot of their time on an hourly rate not being able to find a place to park. We have to call the police every time we need someone visits, and it's not fair. And so I commend you guys, the council, for taking on this very sensitive, obviously overheated issue. And I think people who are way too wealthy who think that $30 a week is cheap are wrong. And I think we're a small community. We should all work this out. And this includes the folks of the Western section. So I'm all for what you're doing. And I think it's about time. So that's all. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Okay.
She meant $30 per quarter. I think she may have misspoken, said a week, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. All right, Adam, next.
Just saying.
We have Mimi.
Hi.
Hey, Mimi.
Hey, guys. Only thing I was going to ask is that the next meeting you're having, the plan is to have it on the agenda to actually vote on this. So tonight is to kind of just give the nod to move forward. So I guess my question is to Mark directly, not to put you on the spot, but could you just change the agenda? I don't know a lot about this, but I think you're the guy that does that. And I'm wondering if that doesn't buy everybody a little more time. It gives people, look, whether they're right or wrong, and I'm a student of y'all. I do think you communicate a lot. I do. But I'm a student of it. And I watch where you're putting stuff and see it. But for other people, it's not a bad communication problem. You know what it is? It's a really big deal to people. So, Mark, I don't know you from Adam, but I get the sense that you're the guy that understands that it's not what's defensible. It's what's right. We're coming out of a pandemic. People don't feel heard. This is blindsiding some people. There's other people who think it's taken too long. So amp up a little more community discussion with some of these creative ideas. That's it. I know you're working so hard. I see it every day, and I do appreciate it. I don't know how you do it. That was my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mimi. I'll just say that I am not the sole arbitrator of what's on the agenda at every meeting. That is a group decision, and all of us meet every other week on Tuesday mornings at 11 to set, we meet the Tuesday before the council meeting to set the agenda for the following council meeting. So I think it's obvious everybody on council here is listening to all the comments, and we'll have a little discussion when we're done with everyone from the public speaking, and we'll get a better idea of where we're going after that. Having said that, Adam, can we bring in the next person?
Yes, we have Bruce.
Hello there. This is Bruce Lawton from Hawthorne Avenue. You've mentioned that some neighborhoods pay for permits to park on their street while we on Hawthorne do not. I honestly wasn't aware that other neighborhoods paid for this honor, to which I ask why. Anyone who owns and lives in a house and pays property taxes in Princeton should at very least be able to expect to have the right to park on the street where they live, especially in front of their own house or nearby, without having to pay the town extra for doing so. This should be a blanket policy. Those costs that you mentioned should be allotted, covered, and absorbed by our collective taxes. David, you mentioned in your response to what I wrote to the task force a little while back that the garages in town were in fact approached in the past, and that you were met with what you said called universal resistance. To that, I would say A, try again, and B, that you're getting some pretty strong resistance now directly from your tax-paying constituents. So, you talk about resistance, here's some resistance. You said in response to my bringing up the possibility of striking deals with the parking garages, mentioned the desire for a long-term solution that doesn't need revising in 6 months. Well, your proposal also falls within that same situation. So you should consider waiting 6 months or more before imposing this on us until we're out from under the cloud of a pandemic and then see where we're at. You mentioned that the Spring Street facility is under your control. I would strongly urge that you reconsider what is and will be possible there. If a 3-hour rule were implemented, and I haven't wrapped my head around this yet, particularly for those of us who live here and live on the street, how would that work for me and other residents? If I park in front of my house for 3 hours and then move the car for an hour, can I then park it again for another 3 hours, or have I used up my 3 hours for the day? Or can the 3 hours be broken up throughout the day? How will you keep track of how much time I've actually parked before you issue me a ticket for parking in front of my home or near my home? I foresee this being a rather nerve-wracking situation for residents such as myself. I mean, I'm already pretty as it is, and this just opens up a whole basket of worms that way. As for the contractors being required to pay for permits, they will just look for work elsewhere. And if they do deign to come and work in Princeton, if this becomes a requirement, they will certainly pass the costs of that that they incur on that to us, to the homeowners who are getting them to work here. So to wrap this up, also, we strongly do not want digital RoboCop surveillance technology brought to our neighborhood. And I use the word RoboCop because that's the way I felt about those meters when they went up in town. And I thought, well, I'm glad I don't drive into town all that much because I'm not parking at any of these and I'm not using these. And I know you're not putting up meters here, but it's part of the same thing. In short, I really don't think it's too much to ask that if you have a home and pay property taxes in Princeton, you're already paying for the right and thus the permit to park on the street in front of or near your house. This really is the minimum. And that really should be equitably, extended to everyone. I was really unaware that this was a situation where we were like the haves and there were these have-nots that were paying. I didn't know that. I'd like to just very quickly wrap this up with something that Gene Mahoney just wrote and said, who's my neighbor from across the street. It is not right to use residential neighborhoods for city parking. Residents of Princeton pay very high taxes, and adding the burden of commercial parking on our residential streets will result in unwanted traffic and destroy the tranquility and privacy of our neighborhood. Right now, we have quiet streets and sidewalks that are adequate for use by residents of the neighborhoods, guests, school children, neighbors, walking dogs, going to and run for a stroll. In other words, people enjoying the quality of life in a small town. We have a permit system that has been in place for many years that works well. The idea for an all-profit company selling parking spaces and providing surveillance of parked cars is an outrageous invasion of privacy and an added threat to the safety of our homes and families. This plan has not been adequately thought out. It reeks of commercialism, invading our neighborhoods, very expansive for neighborhoods. And I will just wrap up and say I concur with Gene Mahoney. Thank you very much for your time this evening.
Thank you, Bruce. Adam, who's next?
Okay, we have BJ.
Hello, am I up? I assume I am. I got a message to unmute. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm Betty. I live on Morven Place. I've been a resident with my family for 21 years. And I think one of the reasons that you're hearing a lot from the Western District is because many of us were blindsided by this and only heard in the last couple of days about the meeting. And I think really, let's be reasonable. If I have a neighbor who wants a variance to do something to his or her garage, I'm sent a letter saying, hey, you have an opportunity to speak, here's what's going on. And so a lot of us are pretty stunned that, we didn't get a letter. We're expected to follow Facebook. We're expected to read and understand something in a calendar. So, I think that's why we're asking for some more time to understand what this means, why we need it, why we're feeling, and, there's a lot of talk about equity and protection and fairness. And, we're feeling like here's a commercial problem that wasn't adequately prepared for. And suddenly it's falling on residential people to absorb the burden for that instead of being consulted on ways to find other venues for that kind of traffic, and whether it's at a shopping center and there's shuttles. But, because we haven't had a chance to have these dialogues, except for, 2 days ago, yes, we are concerned, and we feel stunned and shocked, and we feel that this is a material change to the environment, the character, and the valuation of our homes. You know, many of us, I moved to a walking distance to town neighborhood because I intended not to use a car. And, you know, a lot of this, what we're talking about, is not theoretical to us. We have lived through having more vehicles on our streets. We had, under previous ownership at the Peacock Inn, an owner who was illegally using our streets, Morven, Boudinot principally, to park, valet park, to event park, until we looked into the regulations and realized that he was not allowed to do that. So we know what it's like to not be able to get down the street, to try to back out, and people are speeding by, we can't see. We have older homes that, you know, you talk about our contribution to the town. We blood, sweat, and tears, and you know, many of us have our 2 or 3 job families to try to afford the maintenance and the repair on these homes. And we need vehicles to be service vehicles to have access. Somebody just had a pipe break in the neighborhood on these old pipes. We can't be applying for, you know, a permit for these guys to come and take care of our houses. So these are the kinds of questions that are swirling around. You know, certainly the having the kind of parking that we had when we did have full streets, overflow from the Peacock Inn. We had trash on our streets. We had noise. Yes, I'm very sympathetic. Many of us started at minimum wage jobs in life. We didn't get handed anything. We went through these issues, but you know, you have bartenders, service people coming at 2, 3 in the morning, talking, yelling, joking, slamming doors, throwing trash, racing motorcycles. You know, this isn't just a benevolent, you know, couple hours during the day and they're gone by 5. I mean, this is a 24-hour kind of situation, and we already have overflow from historic Morven, as I said, the Peacock Inn, the Present Day Club, the Lewis School. Where are these people? How are these people going to park? What's going to be left for us when we take their overflow from their meetings? These are important questions, and that's why we need some more time. And you know, what's going to happen when we have parking on both sides of the street on Morven? You're down to a single lane of traffic. You know, this is not something that can be figured out in a month. And if you're talking equity, you're talking fairness, you're talking people who pay the highest taxes in the country, you know, I think we deserve, if you're not going to give us a letter letting us know this is happening, now that we know, give us a chance to be talking about this and to go street by street and not penalize the people who bought close to town because we wanted to walk and avoid our cars, but now have to subsidize people who are driving and are adding pollution to our streets and a more dangerous situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam, I think we have one more person.
Yes, we have Sarah.
Thank you.
I can't believe I get to be the closing act. But I'd just like to echo something that Kathleen said just a bit ago about the fact that this has been underway for such a long time. You know, I've been to several of the public meetings about this over the past couple of years. And I just want to say I appreciate all the work that the council and all of the volunteer residents and business owners have put into thinking about this and coming up with this plan. And I'll just say that one of the reasons why I think that I was so aware of it is the fact that I live in the Witherspoon Jackson neighborhood, and we are aware of this because we have been aware of the parking challenges in this town in a way that I think that a lot of other neighborhoods, other than possibly the Tree Streets, are not. You know, many of us have only off-street parking or very limited, or only on-street parking or very limited off-street parking where we're sharing driveways or there's only one spot for a home. We're dealing with kind of, you know, in the former borough, there were, you weren't allowed to park overnight or there were very high costs for it. In the township, the former township where I live, you know, we were able to park on street for no cost, but there's that equitable issue there where my neighbors just like a block away were having to pay significant costs to park on street. Where again, yeah, this is a point where I would agree with Bruce Lawton saying, I don't think that there should be a charge to park on your street. I don't think that there should, you know, that and I don't think that there should be an issue with overnight parking in this town. And I know that some people, for some reason, have had a problem with it for a long time, but I don't think that that's a challenge. And I would support including more open off-street parking in the neighborhood, in all the neighborhoods moving forward. I'd also just like to push back on something we've been hearing, and I think David mentioned it in his opening comments about, well, maybe we need to delay including the western section in this initial rollout because they haven't known about it for as long. I was at an in-person meeting, so that was more than a minute ago, about this topic, where I said that, you know, the parking, there needs to be parking, on-street parking for employees included in the western section because it is so close to the businesses where a lot of these people work. And I just think that it is not fair to address the need. You know, this effort is trying to address the issues of residents in in-town neighborhoods, the issues of essential workers, and the challenges of customers who want to go to those businesses and restaurants that we all love. And I don't think that it's right to only have the neighborhoods where those challenges are the biggest for the residents to be the ones where we're addressing the challenges of the essential workers and the customers as well. The western section is so incredibly close to downtown, and there's the streets are so incredibly wide. I thought it was funny that I think it was the first commenter said that you couldn't possibly have people parking on the street on Hodge. It's the same as 206. And I'm like, well, you know, just like Wiggins and Hamilton, that's the same thing. It's the same width. And, you know, there's been on-street parking there with no problems for a long time. So I think that if we can't include the western section, then we need to postpone launching this because we need to spread out the parking so that it's not all being packed in, the parking for the workers and the customers, not all being focused just on those in-town neighborhoods. I would say that just one other thing that, and a couple of people have raised this, that the cost $30 per quarter doesn't seem like all that much to some people, but it is for a lot of the people that are lower middle income folks that are, who pay incredibly high taxes too. Witherspoon Jackson's taxes are incredibly high too. They might not be as high as they are across 206, but it's still very high, and it's very difficult for somebody on a middle income to pay. I appreciate the fact that there will be reduced payments for those who are on any kind of public assistance, and I would just advocate for bumping that up. Let's maybe do 200%, you know, above some kind of a higher threshold for folks who are really struggling to stay in this town. We say that we want an economically diverse Princeton, and I think we need to put our money where our mouth is if we really want that to happen, because it's not going to happen if we don't.
Sarah,
and yes,
I just need you to wrap up.
Yeah, I was actually done.
Okay.
Oh no, one other comment. I'll just say that people saying that they're going to pave over their yard, I would just suggest that it's going to cost more to pave over your yard than it would to pay $30 a quarter. But yeah, I'm done.
Thank you very much. Adam, I do see we had one other hand that popped up.
Yes, bringing over Harold.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Harold Heff, 96 Jefferson. I thought I had signed up, but apparently was not on the list. One introductory comment, I think it's unfair to characterize those folks who are currently getting free parking, and I'm one of those who's getting free parking on Jefferson, as feeling that any changes are unfair because we feel that we deserve to have the free parking. We certainly understand what the public right-of-way is about, and we understand some of the issues that are here. But I also would like to say that most, and I'm not going to repeat because I've heard a lot more articulate people than me speak about some of the objections and some of the desire to push this thing back a little bit. If it weren't for Anita Garoniak and a few other people in the neighborhood letting me know that this was going on, I would never have been involved in the April meeting, much less in this meeting tonight. So the fact of the matter is that it doesn't cost us anything now to have the tags that we have. And we have garages in the back, so I don't need overnight parking. But I do have guests stay overnight, and I do have contractors come and so on. And the additional, what would probably at least $120 per year plus any permits, I don't see what value that gets. That's not an issue of fairness. That's an issue of what are we getting for our money. So I'll leave that at that. I'm concerned about how this system will be accessed for those who do not have access to the web. Everything is tied to smartphones, internet, so on and so forth. Not everybody has it. Not everybody is comfortable with it. How do we deal with unplanned needs? I have an emergency. I need to have the plumber come for 3 or 4 hours. Do I have to then get online to try and get a permit and get that into the system? So I have a concern about that. I've just heard that there's going to be an additional $2 fee for every time we use Passport if we go through the vendor portal. Doesn't seem to make much sense if you're proposing $5 for a one-day permit, a 40% surcharge. Not clear what we get for that. A lot of issues related to vendor portal security and the use of personal data. What would be in the contract to make sure that that information is secure and it's not used for mailing lists. And the comment that the gentleman from Passport said, well, license plates are public, yes, but where those license plates happen to be at a particular time is not something that you get unless you want to go down and write all of those things down. So that's information that would be kept for 1 day, 30 days, 90 days, and so on. I'm concerned about the high school. It seems to me that the high school drivers get a lot of benefit out of this. From my recollection from the April meeting, some of the permits that are used by high school students are paid for by the school district. That doesn't make any sense to me. Why I would pay taxes to the school district and then have to pay for permits. Why aren't they paying for them themselves? And then there's also a black market that was brought up also at the April meeting where people are buying permits and selling them to other students for profit. Councilman Niedergang early on brought this up, and I'm going to say it again. We don't know how much this is going to cost. Is this revenue positive, revenue negative, revenue neutral? We don't know. The cost for signage, okay, it's $17 a sign, but there's maintenance, there's lighting, there's curb painting, et cetera, and all the labor that's involved with that. The combination that was brought up in the presentation, the slide presentation, one 24-hour and one overnight permit would be great for somebody who's got 2 cars and one person's out at work all day. But what about the people who are retired, who have 2 cars at home? They're basically saying you can only have 1 car, or you got to pay this $120 a year. So. And finally, I'm very concerned with Passport's performance with the implementation of our parking program before. We still have parking meters that nobody can read in the daylight, and that are very, very difficult to see, even more at nighttime. Whatever we do, if we decide to contract with them or another third-party service, we need to put them on a very short leash so that we can get out of this contract if it's a disaster, either because of their performance or because we realize that this is the wrong idea in the first place. Thank you.
Carl, thank you. Okay, we have 2 more hands up. We're going to get these 2 people in, and then we've been at this for over 2 hours. So I think we'll end the public comment after these 2 comments, so then council can have a hopefully not too long discussion, and then we'll get to the rest of the agenda before tomorrow. So Adam, could you bring in the next person?
Yes, this is William.
Hello, I apologize that it's this late. I thought I was signed up and didn't realize I had to do something more. I'm not going to repeat all the good comments that I've heard from the public tonight, but I also want to thank David and Letitia for the work they've done. There's a couple things that I want to react to. The first, David, was your statement that the next step is to enter an agreement with the vendor. And to that, I'd say, whoa, you haven't got the data to back up the need. And in my perspective, you haven't really worked out a lot of the details needed. And I'm going to include trash and recycling and leaf pickup and all the things that that street does to service the residents. That should be part of the report as well. But I'd like to take this limited time to point out one of the things that is working very well in the current system. You may not be aware of how the system works, but the police department has a very good system for contractors who service our streets. And that is, if it's a commercial vehicle, they leave it alone. They assume they're there to service the residents, and there's no need for them to have a permit. In the beginning, they were supposed to have a hang tag, but frankly, they don't use the hang tags for that anymore. That was such a hassle. And the police just allow commercial vehicles servicing the houses to park on the street. And I would recommend that you don't let Passport near that. That's an essential service to the homeowners that's working just fine. I'd also like to say I absolutely encourage the taking out the parking spaces that make Hamilton, Wiggins dangerous to cyclists. I am also somebody who cycles to downtown. I don't know when the last time I parked the car in the downtown because I'm too near. And I see a lot of school children using that. And I am convinced that for the few, 50 spaces, that street would be just a much, much better bicycle way. So thank you for your good work. And I hope this gets a lot more thought before you hire that expensive vendor, because it appears you're putting a lot of the cost onto the residents to solve not their problems, but the problems that the school board can't limit the student use of cars. And I think it is a real problem that needs adjustment to have more affordable spaces for employees. So thank you for your good work and good night.
Thank you, Bill. All right, next and last, Adam. Bring them in.
Okay, here is Alice.
Thank you. There you go.
Hello.
Hi,
Okay.
Alice.
Yeah, thank you very much for having this meeting. I would like to second what the last person, William Wolf, said, and she said, and Bruce Lawton said, and Tony Lund, and all those people. I have talked to quite a lot of people just recently, and this has been a big surprise and a shock to nearly everyone. Hardly anyone knew this was happening there. Oh my God, kind of reaction. So this needed to be, people needed to be notified that this was going on, because there's universal, they're pretty upset about a lot of this. I would also say if the garages have been approached and they're, quote, not interested, make them interested. It's their business, their garages, they're there, they got spaces. That's better than building a new garage. We've got garages, we have parking lots, we have all sorts of spaces. There are all sorts of places where people can park, which isn't on the streets. I would also bring up the fact that with the pandemic on right now, nobody really knows what's going on. Let's wait until we've got out of the pandemic and see what's happening. Let's take some time and think this thing through. This sounds like a very Byzantine, complicated deal that we're being asked to accept right off the bat. And I'm not real happy about that. The other thing I would mention is the idea of emergencies with contractors. I mean, we had, for instance, just last week, we had a flood in our basement suddenly, We didn't know we were going to have it. We had to have a water heater replaced. We had plumbers coming. We had insurance people coming. We had people to mitigate the flood and the water coming. I was on the phone at one point on Friday, this is past Friday, on toggling between 3 different people on my telephone and on my cell phone as well. And then another call came in. I'm doing that. I'm supposed to be calling the police to get some sort of a permit for all these various different vehicles that are coming to the street. And then we had to move our car out of the garage, out of our tiny little parking place in back of our house, which isn't really near the house, but it was where one of these trucks needed to park. So all of this complication, then I'm supposed to be calling the police and trying to arrange for a permit or going online and doing that as well as everything else. Forget it. Our neighbor told us a couple of days ago that they're going to have a tree. You're going to come and cut a tree that's in front of one of their properties. And they said, make sure you're not parking in front of their house or our house because the trucks from Princeton will need to be there to do that. So, that's going to take up like probably the equivalent of 3 or 4 spaces in front of their house. They can just do it now. And what we could do with our emergency was we could just do it. All these people could arrive and do all what they had to do. If you have your new system in place, I don't know what we would do. It would be a big mess. So I would strongly urge you to think through this a lot more thoroughly than you have, and inform people and let people know and find some feedback and try to get the garages to be garages. After all, that's their job. That could be subsidized by our very high property taxes, could be subsidized by the people who have the businesses whose people work nearby there. And that'd be a lot nicer for them to be able to park in a garage that's right downtown rather than blocks and blocks and blocks away on our street. So anyway, I do think this needs to be thought through a lot more thoroughly. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to go back to council and comments, questions from council members. Mia.
I think I misspoke because I did not realize that there was actually an item on the agenda that would launch this process. And so that item is a contract with this company that's scheduled for 2 weeks from now. And I'm just wondering, I don't remember that being, I don't remember us discussing this at the last agenda meeting, but was this put on the agenda at some point?
When we discussed it at the agenda meeting, I did mention that the next step in the process would be to bring a resolution regarding engaging the vendor. That would be the 14th, which is 3 weeks from now, not 2 weeks. But that was the desired timeline. It's not,
It's not on the agenda.
It's not on the agenda. It's not set in stone.
Okay. So I'm just going to say that I think that would be premature. I think that there are in all of this, there are some issues that I think are the very pressing issues. And my understanding of the permit parking task force at its inception was that the primary objective was to alleviate the situation in residential neighborhoods in which residents couldn't find parking in their own neighborhoods. But what I'm hearing tonight is that we've actually seemed to be at a place where we've achieved, or we're moving towards achieving, the very opposite of what the original goal of the task force was designed to achieve. And so maybe there's some sort of misunderstanding here, but I do think that in the Witherspoon Jackson neighborhood and in the Tree Streets, that the permit parking task force was designed to help them. And I hope that in the process of deliberating all of the issues, we won't lose that. I also, and I think that their needs should be prioritized, but in terms of who should bear the brunt of the employees, And obviously it's a very complex discussion. I don't think that there's so many threads here. I don't see how we can possibly sort this all out in just a few weeks. I think there's been amazing work done by the task force in engaging the groups, and you can hear the appreciation with the groups that you've interacted with, but clearly there needs to be more interaction. And I think there's a lot to unpack here. So.
Right, so I'm sorry, but there was one email that had come in before the 6:30 deadline, and I just want to read it real quick before we get done our comments. So sorry, but this is from Chris Rice, 73 Library Place. Dear Mark, I am writing to you to urge you to table discussions and votes on any permit parking plan in the western section. Since Saturday's Zoom call, my neighbors have coalesced in their concerns and opposition. Our many questions have not even begun to be addressed. This letter in Planet Princeton captures many of the objections I have heard from western section residents in the last 48 hours. And there's a link to the Planet Princeton, the letter in Planet Princeton, which I'm not going to open the link and read that letter, but anyway, it's there. Please hold off on the discussions and votes on permit parking in the western section in tonight's mayor and council meeting. Thank you. Okay, sorry, that was the last public comment. David, and then David, Michelle, Leticia.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to say, Mia, I think that the characterization that the program is doing the opposite of helping the residents is really an unfair characterization. We've actually bent over backwards to protect the residents against negative impacts from bringing the employees to their neighborhoods. And if you listen carefully to the objections, very, very few of them are about bringing the employees into their neighborhoods. The objections are, I don't want to have to pay for parking on the street in front of my house. And I think that that's an objection that I think is just unfair. I think that all of these people who are saying that their permit should be free are saying that the rest of us should be paying for the privilege of not being able to park on their street. We're paying to protect them from us using their street. And that is a really unfair economic equation. And that's why I am really unyielding about that particular issue. I am willing to work on every other concern about how to organize this, what streets should this go on, what kinds of markings should happen. Everything is open for discussion in my mind, except the notion that residents of Princeton should have to pay to not be able to park in these neighborhoods that want their permit protections. They want to limit who gets to park in their neighborhood, but they don't want to pay for that benefit. Just doesn't seem fair to me.
Okay, let's just, I'm sorry, Mia and David. Instead of having a back and forth.
I just want to respond to David, which is that's
Okay.
not what I heard, but also I'm not saying that is definitely where we ended up. I'm just saying that that's what it seems. And so there needs to be more communication with the public if that's not in fact where we are. Just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you. Michelle.
I wanted to make a suggestion. There's a really vibrant, well thought out task force. And I think that if the three of us, Leticia, David, and I can bring back to the task force now, these concerns that we've heard, a lot of them can boil down, I think, to several very key points. I'd like to have time to bring it back to them. And I'd also like to do what I would suggest we do with the task force is really boil down neighborhood by neighborhood, what we have today in terms of, and then how it's going to change, to surely show to the council and the public how we are addressing the residents' concerns as well as customers, as well as the employee parking. Because I think that the task force has been very diligent in trying to balance those needs. And then the other piece, and we can bring back, and I didn't want to characterize the parking garages as not being interested in discussions. One of them we own, which is Spring Street, the municipality. But again, it's a cost factor, and a cost factor in terms of building another garage. But again, we can put that in writing in a proposal in terms of making sure that people understand that we have done diligence. I think when we said there wasn't interest, that was relating to the parking lots, the surface lots that belong like to the churches and other organizations that were not interested in doing this. But we can give more detail to that. And as I mentioned before, this is all stemming also from the study that we paid for from Nelson Nygaard. So we do have data and information from a professional organization that gave us these recommendations and ideas. So I just want to conclude with that. And I would say if we can have time to go back and then come back to council with it.
Thank you, Michelle. Leticia.
Thank you. I just will first echo what David and Michelle already said, but I also want to add that, the work of this task force has not deviated from what we started working on, and to address the parking needs of residents, employees of local businesses, and visitors. That has not changed. Also, I want to add that, there's some neighborhoods, including Witherspoon Jackson and the Tree Streets, where there are some parking restrictions, but then there are streets that require permit parking, but there are some during the day where there's no such restrictions, and where many of our residents feel that's where the employees are parking and why they can't find parking when they come home from work before COVID. I also want to add that from the very beginning, including 2 years ago, where we held a community-wide community forum for everyone, it was open to everyone. We said that every neighborhood, that we wanted this to be an equitable permit parking system. And for some neighborhoods that perhaps say they're feeling blindsided, it was never, it was always intended to include all neighborhoods, including the western section. So, the fact that perhaps, we had started out saying as part of the pilot program, we're only going to include the neighborhoods that are most impacted. And that evolved because realizing that if we're going to use, if we were going to consider using license plate recognition, we needed to have that system in place, but not because those other neighborhoods were not going to be considered, including the high school, where right now, as a resident of this neighborhood, I get 4 free permits for my household, which I don't think is fair to other neighborhoods where they have to pay, other residents where they have to pay for their permits. Thank you.
Eve.
Thanks. I'm going to make a more general comment, but first I want to thank everyone who came today and spoke so passionately, and people who wrote. I know that change is really hard, and I appreciate that we're going to have a little bit more time to work on this one, but I wanted to address a more general issue, which I know causes frustration for myself and for other members of council, which is communication. And I know there are a lot of smart people listening here. So it's really not practical on every issue to come before council for us to send a letter to everyone. That would just be absolutely break the bank. Every meeting we have something on the agenda where somebody says, I didn't know this was being talked about. I've never heard of this. And I understand that that's true. For those who follow the news more closely, we may have had multiple meetings and talked about that issue over the space of 2 or 3 years. So I would like to invite anyone who's listening to help us do better at communication, because it is just time and time again, we hear this complaint, and we are really honestly doing the best we can with a limited budget and limited means. And, we don't have a daily paper.
We do, we have town topics, that's a weekly, and we have Planet Princeton, and we have Princeton Patch, but they don't necessarily, they're not our news service. They don't necessarily cover what I want. So I just would really like to invite, I know, as I said, there are a lot of really smart people out there listening who may have more of an expertise in communication. So please, without spending a lot of money, how can we communicate with you? How can we reach you with these ideas? How can we make sure that you're paying attention so that this doesn't happen, that people are so frustrated because they feel they haven't been notified of something that really affects their lives? So that's it.
Can I just say, please sign up for our newsletter. It's all in the newsletter, and that's the most cost-effective way we can reach you without spending a lot of taxpayer money. Thank you. Thank you.
Dwayne.
Hey, Mark, just a quick comment. First of all, I'd just like to thank the members of the task force for all the work they've done so far, David, Leticia, and Michelle. And also want to thank the members of the public for all their input tonight. I think going forward, my points echo a little bit of what Mia said and what Michelle said. Mia mentioned that I think any contract with the vendor would be premature at this point. I think there were some concerns that were expressed tonight that kind of moved me. I think it behooves the task force to, and this is going back to Michelle's point, to basically enumerate what the, I mean, I know David mentioned this, one of his concerns he feels wasn't legitimate about paying, but in general, I think we should enumerate what the different concerns are that were expressed tonight, and maybe in a column next to it talk about what the policy we're proposing is going to do and how it's going to benefit the different neighborhoods and the different constituents involved. I think that's the next step that we need to look at before we consider doing any contract whatsoever.
Eve.
Sorry, I'll be very quick. And Michelle, when you talked about coming back with the presentation, like I know David and I were talking earlier, and he said, Hawthorne has 14 spaces. We're thinking about maybe assigning 7 of them to employee parking. That hard data would be really helpful. If you have that information on a street by street basis, that would be helpful to provide to residents and to council.
Well, I'll just give a plug that David knows this off the top of his head. So we have that right there with David. Thank you.
Not only that, there's a spreadsheet. I'll send it around.
Right, but I would just say this, what I heard from the public is when it came to data, so that data would be helpful, but I think a number of people also said, where's the data that says there's even a need for this?
Yeah.
So it's not just, here's what we're going to do on the street. It's, well, what do we have other than just telling people there's a need? Do we have something that proves there's a need? So just throwing that out.
This is not our first rodeo. We've had multiple meetings on this topic. So yeah, but I think that we have the data.
Okay.
Okay. So the task force is going to take the comments back.
Yes.
Do some homework and then come back to council.
Yes.
And could I propose that when it comes back to council, that depending on how broad the scope of the various issues are, that we would possibly have a work session, because I do think there are so many different elements of this. And it would be great to have, I think one commenter mentioned that it would be helpful to have more of the impacted, more constituents here. There weren't any, I didn't hear other than, I didn't hear from any merchants tonight or any employees who struggle with finding parking. It would just be useful to hear from more people who can speak up on what their needs and their issues are.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you all. All right, next item on the agenda. Public comments for items not on the agenda. So anyone from the public that wants to talk about something that's not an agenda item, this is your cue to do so.
The night is
We do
young.
have one hand.
Okay.
Bringing over Chi.
Hi, since I'm at this meeting and I never ever go to these meetings and I'm still here, I would love, it's kind of connected to the other comment with Hamilton being such a busy street and a residential street and traffic calming. Is there any way that we could get like a policeman, at our street, or more consistent ticketing on our street? Because yeah, I'm kind of all for the bike lanes, because I would like our street to feel like a residential street, and it doesn't feel like a residential street to me. So would there be a way that you could ticket more so that people would go slower? I know that when you enter Pennington, the main street of Pennington, like everybody slows down. And when I first moved to this area, I was like, why is everybody putting on their brakes and slowing down? And then I came to realize that they ticket on that street. And everybody knows that you're going to get a ticket if you're not going 25 miles an hour on that street. And could we do that on our street? Because like other people have said, that's a street that all of our students walk on, our middle school students. And it's a main path of people biking. Like that needs to slow down. So could we do that? Could somebody get a policeman there ticketing?
Yes, so we can bring it up with the police chief. I mean, they are on Hamilton from time to time, as they are on many streets. It's just a matter of.
But not like they are in Pennington, on the main street of Pennington.
No,
where
true.
everybody slows down.
Yeah, Pennington's a little bit different, a little bit smaller, but anyway, your point is well made.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm glad I stayed on.
Thanks.
You guys. Thank you guys for your hard work. I was thinking, like, you people are saints. You really are to be doing this work. Thank you very much for all the hard work that you do on these complicated issues. All right. Good night. I know you still have more to do, but I'm going to go now.
Okay. Thank you. Adam, do we have another hand?
Yes, we have Marco.
Okay.
Hi again. I did have a question that was related to the Franklin lot development. I'm not familiar with all the current plans in terms of how that's developing, very specifically, but is there the intention, what was the intention with parking as far as that complex was concerned? Has there been any ways that have been discussed that's the most likely option?
I believe that we are going to have a council presentation. I think there was another group working on that plan. And so I'm not sure the exact date just yet. I know at our last agenda setting meeting, we had mentioned, I forget, it was June 6th or 7th.
June 7th.
Okay. But the problem with that, of course, is that it's the day before Election Day.
Right.
And our staff has to be in at 5 a.m. So we might have to rethink that date. So, but the Franklin lot plan will be discussed at a up and coming council meeting, and hopefully we'll work out the exact dates.
But me and David, you must have a sense of which way it's going, even though it's not finalized.
But Marco, did you mean what would happen with people who are parking there now, like the high school students?
No. I meant for the future residents. Is there going to be like underground or under building?
I so wish that we had a sense, but obviously
Okay.
we have a lot. We are so not there yet. We look forward to hearing a very robust discussion on that and many other things when I thought it was coming on the 7th, but I guess with Election Day, I don't know, but it will be very soon thereafter. And we certainly are not that far at all.
Okay.
I want to clarify that presentation that was scheduled for the 7th, which maybe could still happen, I don't know. But it's to present the recommendations from the Design Guidelines Task Force. So it's not to actually present a design, but it's a
okay, but probably parking will be included in the design parameters, I would imagine.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
There was
Okay.
one subcommittee of the task force that focused very much on parking, and they had a number of different recommendations. So at that presentation, on all the possible topics that you can consider related to that site, you will hear a variety of different recommendations from different members of the task force, some of which concur, some of which don't, and parking it will definitely be a substantial part of the discussion about, how to proceed on that site.
Okay. Well, thank you for your service, everyone, and good night.
Night.
Right. All right, was there anyone else from the public that had a comment for any item not on the agenda?
No hands, Mayor.
Okay, we'll close that part of the meeting. And we have 2 ordinance introductions. And just for the public that's still here, an ordinance introduction, basically all we're doing is introducing the ordinance. We're not discussing the ordinance, no pros, no cons, no opinions. That will all happen at the public hearing, which for these 2 ordinance introductions will be on June 14th. So the first ordinance introduction is ordinance 2021-14. Ordinance of the Municipality of Princeton adopting a redevelopment plan for property located at North Harrison Street, also known as Block 7401, a portion of Lot 1.011, pursuant to the local redevelopment and housing law, NJSA 40A 12A-1. Is there a motion to introduce? Michelle had her hand up first. Dwayne was second, so that'll be our mover and seconder. Is there any need for a comment? This is basically for the inclusionary aspect of what's going to be built there, I believe. Michael, did you have anything in 30 seconds or less to guide us here?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just going to note that, and you've touched on it, that this is part of Princeton's ongoing implementation of our fair share housing plan. And this and the ordinance you're going to talk about in a moment, there's 2 sites that are really integral to reaching that vision of providing more affordable housing in town and providing some other economic development opportunities. We do have our consultant, Michael Sullivan, who was going to do a little bit more about it. I don't know how much time you want us to spend on it tonight, but he can give a little more information if you'd like.
Well, I would suggest, for 2 reasons, the late hour, and secondly, since it is just an introduction, I really don't want to get us on the slippery slope of starting a discussion on this. I mean,
Okay.
We're really not supposed to discuss an ordinance at introduction.
And I just want to, finish my comments by saying that the planning board, clearly sees this as an important initiative in this part of town, the redevelopment planning, and that it's consistent with the master plan.
Okay. Thank you. All right, it's been moved and seconded. This is a roll call vote.
Ms. Perone-Lambros,
Yes.
Ms. Niedergang,
Sorry, yes.
Mr. Cohen,
Yes.
Ms. Fraga,
Yes.
Mr. Williamson,
Yes.
Ms. Sachs,
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That passes. The next introduction is ordinance 2021-15, ordinance of the Municipality of Princeton adopting a redevelopment plan for property located at North Harrison Street and Terhune Road, also known as Block 7401, lots 1.02 and 1.012, pursuant to the local redevelopment and housing law, NJSA 40A 12A-1. Is there a motion? Thank you, Michelle. Seconded by Dwayne again. Either one of the Michaels, do you want to say the very
Ditto. I'd say ditto.
Okay, right. So this again, for this area, which is
Yeah, it's a very close by site. It's part of the overall, what we've been informally calling North Harrison study area for redevelopment.
okay, thank you. Okay, this is a roll call vote also.
Ms. Perone-Lambros,
Yes.
Ms. Niedergang,
Yes.
Mr. Cohen,
Yes.
Ms. Fraga,
Yes.
Mr. Williamson,
Yes.
Ms. Sachs.
Yes.
Okay, that passes also. Michael and Michael, thank you very much, and sorry that you both had to hang on so long. Try to get some sleep. Okay, let's go to resolutions. The first resolution is 21-167, resolution establishing a community center feasibility task force. And if you're on your agenda, it's page 111, I believe. Is there, Michelle?
I'd like to make a motion, and I'd also like to make some comments.
Okay, Leticia, that was a second?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Michelle, go ahead. You want to make a comment, you said?
Okay, yeah. A community center is a very broad and general term. So we've had many residents discuss the need for a community center, and there's a wide range of ideas regarding what this concept is. So the idea of the formation of this task force, we wanted to begin a discussion of what a community center could look like in Princeton, what the services could offer, how it would benefit the community, how it would complement current services and activities of other nonprofits in our community, without, of course, creating redundancies and competing with existing services and other community organizations. Like, for instance, and these are just some ideas, we want to address some questions like, can we incorporate rec department activities for winter programs? Can we relocate the Senior Resource Center to a larger community center? Can we help the school district in any way? Can we co-locate with county services? And can we provide a community kitchen, and so on? So we are very well aware that there is really important work that's being done with the Human Services Commission, and they're doing a needs assessment study right now, and which is entering its second phase. So the timing of getting started with this task force now, we feel, works well, as their findings can help inform the task force. The town is also in the process of hiring a planning firm to look at all of our municipal properties. So this initiative can also help inform our research. So by beginning this work now, by creating like a laundry list of different services and needs, getting the input of community partners and nonprofit organizations, our staff, I think we will be able to better lead the discussion of how best to address the community's desires and balance that with fiscally responsible investments. So this idea is that we'll invite input from the community, will be informed by the findings of the Human Services Needs Assessment, and develop a definition of what a community center would be in Princeton, and we'll then make our recommendations back to council for moving or not moving forward with a community center.
Other council comments,
I was
questions?
going to say, well said, Michelle. You hit all major points there. Thanks.
Thanks to me.
Eve?
Yeah, I'm generally supportive of this, but I do have a concern that we're a little bit putting the cart before the horse. So I do hope that, we weigh very heavily the Human Services Human Services Commission community needs assessment. And I just want to say, even though we're forming a task force to consider this idea, maybe, as you just indicated, Michelle, maybe the resolution will not be that we have a physical center, but in any case, to investigate how to seamlessly meet the needs of people in our community, especially the most vulnerable, I think is something that is really worth paying attention to. And I think that could be part of what this group does and what Human Services, their community needs assessment does as well. So, in the best of all possible worlds, might not roll out in exactly this order, but having just established the cannabis task force, it takes like a couple of months before anything happens at all, which is very frustrating. So I don't think it's a bad idea to get started and start moving on this to, be ready when the data you need to act on will be available.
Thank you. I agree.
I would just have one comment on 2A. Staff members will be appointed by the council liaisons. I think we'd be better served if the administrator takes care of deciding which staff members would be on this group instead of the council liaisons. That's kind of his job, but Leticia?
Yeah, I think a better term rather than appointed would be, in this case, the administrator will designate for each department, designate a staff person who will be.
Yeah, I think it's right.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. We could amend, I guess we can amend the resolution we make a motion to amend the resolution. Is that how we would do it? Okay.
Yes,
I think so.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
a,
Trishka, yeah.
yeah, thank you, Trishka. I mean, it's a minor enough change to not change the spirit of the.
No, absolutely.
Sorry, Eve, you were gonna say something?
I'm sorry, this is something when I was discussing this earlier in the day with Michelle, is again, not to indicate in any way that this isn't an important topic, but we have, having just reviewed in the process of passing them on to our new administrator, our goals for the year, we have a lot of goals. And this was something that was not part of was not on our plate in January. So my pitch to the task force is perhaps, if possible, to try to minimize the demands on staff at this point, because I think they have a very full plate. And this is something new that, we weren't expecting to do. And so just to keep that in mind, because we have a lot of other important initiatives moving forward. So.
Yeah, I agree.
Mia?
So I just have to say what will not surprise anyone. And I feel like I feel like I'm being put in an untenable position, in that I think that in theory, a community center, depending on how you define it, could be a very good idea. But having spent many, 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 many hours over the past month talking to my colleagues who have been working on this, talking to the people who wrote the petition, talking to Human Services Commission members, talking to, and then looking at this from my role as being a member of the Master Plan Subcommittee that's currently rolling out the overhaul of the master plan, and also wearing a number of other caps, also being involved in the process, which is rolling out an RFP for analyzing our municipal space needs and how they interface with the school district space needs. I will say that I have extreme concerns about this. It doesn't mean that I'm not going to vote for it. I may vote just to show support. But I just need to put on the record that as I said, I'm extremely concerned about this, because in talking with everyone who is in one way or another involved with this, everyone has a completely different idea of what a community center. There are some residents, for example, the residents who signed the petition, who are thinking of a community center as sort of a transitional housing, potentially drug treatment, sort of a halfway house idea. The community center that is in the master plan was really an old style. It's not even really relevant. It was an idea for a community center that, I think is more like a YMCA. And speaking of which, the motivation of some residents to support this is a concern about inadequacies in the programming of the YMCA, which I think the solution is not to duplicate, but to reinforced already existing services. I am hard pressed to find anyone who is supporting this initiative who's able to identify either a need that is not already being met, or a need in which this task force, based on what I've read, is being constituted, has a chance of success at meeting that need. And that's sort of I know that sounds complicated, but what I'm saying just very simply is, well, there are needs that aren't yet met. And I don't see that this task force is shaping up to find a solution to meet those needs, because it is basically a one-size-fits-all tent for all sorts of people who have all sorts of interests in moving forward a whole variety of things. And I don't see how all of those things can possibly be adjudicated, sorted out, understood in the context of this task force. It's just too big a tent. I'm also concerned that we are essentially creating a parallel human services construct. I know a number of people have described this as not actually an interest in a physical community center, but as a sort of, one woman described it as a spiritual construct for needs in the community. I know that there are other people who are interested in this because they want an actual physical space called a community center. Another interest is, that I've heard expressed is our plans with the senior center, and the idea that this could sort of meet the needs of both the petitioners and the plans that we have together with the senior center. Another thing that has been described is needs that the rec department has described. And so I don't know how you can fit in one building, if it is to become a physical building, the needs that have been described by our senior center partners, elderly adults with specific needs, young underage children with other needs. They're very disparate populations. And my concern is that what we are going to end up with at the end of this is no one's needs being met, some bitter task force members, and disappointed residents who had a lot of hopes for this, all sorts of different hopes. So, this is what I mentioned at the agenda meeting last week, and I have mentioned this, asked for greater clarification this week. And I just want to put this on the record that I'm really concerned. And I would like to hear from Dwayne, Leticia, and Michelle some reassurance that this is headed, some clarification of what exactly this is headed towards, what we will end up with, and if, just something more concrete than just a community center task force. Like, what does that mean?
Good, Dwayne.
Mia, you hit on the point that I made at the last council meeting, which is we have three different sets of things going on here. We have one thing is looking at how we deliver social services to the Princeton community and where we can do better at that. And the different groups who deliver different services, like Corner House, Human Services, Corner House, the Y. I mean, one could argue the public library delivers some sort of services. The other issue, of course, is the whole facilities planning and that type of thing. And then the last one, which is kind of this which is interesting because that's where the petition talked about what to do with the former PFARS building. But to me, that fits under the whole what we plan to do with facilities. I think the members of the small group and the members that we'll bring into a task force may have different concepts, but I think we are smart enough to figure out what we can accomplish, what we can't accomplish. We know that there are different groups. You have the subgroup over at the planning board working on the concept of what the master plan means when it says community center. We know there are other people looking for different things. Part of all we're doing is facilitating us discussing these issues so we could come to some of the conclusions that you are kind of projecting, which I think are true, that certain things, Corner House is doing certain things already. We don't need to, we may or may not consider in the future, after deliberating with Gary de Blasio and other staff members of what, if we should try to put certain things into one complex in the future, et cetera. Issues with this Princeton Senior Resource Center. I think all we're creating is a forum to look at some of these issues. I do agree with you that it seems extremely broad, but then we can start cutting it down to size, saying we're talking about a community center. The master plan calls for a community center, which the master plan calls for a physical building of some sort, not just this spiritual concept. And maybe we're here to narrow it down to meeting what the master plan needs. And if there, for all the other things out there like social services, et cetera, we can say that, well, community center may deliver this, but may not deliver that. And so we're formed for that discussion and to do some sort of coordination, to do the research and bring it back to the public.
Right. And I guess, it's either not do it at all, or, try and tackle this. It is a big, it's a big issue. Like I said, it's very vague. And at this point, it really needs some leadership, and who better to make that leadership happen than the council. So I think that is what we want to tackle. We don't know where if we already were informed of where we want to go with this, then it wouldn't really be fair to the task force members. Then we'd be like already saying it's baked in. But what we're saying here is we're really open to hearing the community and getting input, and then coming up with what a best solution could be or not.
And ultimately, it's council. I'm sorry, Michelle, but ultimately, it's council that's going to make the final decisions, not the task force.
No,
That's gonna come back.
no.
Yeah.
I'm just saying
Yeah.
that it needs the leadership of the council.
No, I'm agreeing with you, Michelle. I'm saying ultimately, so going to Mia's point about different groups having different agendas and different concepts. Ultimately, mayor and council, we're making these final decisions, not the task force. The task force is going to debate things, prepare reports, et cetera, and bring it back to council.
And how are you going to deal with the fact that there are a number of other processes which are essentially parallel processes happening at the same time? One, the needs assessment in the Human Services Commission, the facilities assessment, the master planning process, the master planning process of Community Park South, which is looking at recreational needs.
We're not duplicating. We're going to take
So
this
you're gonna
information from these different groups
in the
and consider
information
them.
from all the different
Yeah.
groups.
And consider them.
And I just wanted to add to that, as a liaison to the Human Services Commission, the needs assessment that they're working on was started in 2020 before we received this petition. So it didn't originate to determine what the needs are of the community for a community center. But what we feel is that the fact that Human Services is in the process actually finalized the first round, which is identifying what our community partners are already providing. And there's actually going to be a presentation first part of June on the data that was gathered from that first survey. So this task force would basically be informed by that data that's already being gathered, not necessarily that this needs assessment subcommittee of Human Services was formed to work on a needs assessment regarding a community center. I just want to clarify that.
Can I just jump
to
in?
belabor, Mark, I'm sorry, Mark.
Go ahead, Dwayne.
Not to belabor the point, but what we're doing now is case in point of what the task force can accomplish. Look at how far we've come with public knowledge from the time this petition was circulated with, I don't know, was it nearly 200 members, of what people had in their minds of what was going on versus just our discussions, open discussions about this task force, where much of the public now know that the planning board has a subcommittee working on the master plan side of it. We know more about the Human Services is doing a needs assessment. I don't know how much of the public knew about this before we started having these discussions. So this is case in point of what the task force can accomplish, where we are publicly talking about these, and the public is finding out, oh, these things are being looked at, et cetera. And right. So that, to me, this is what the task force is all about. It's letting the public know we are working on these things. There's certain things can be done better. The different agencies of the municipality that are accomplishing some of these issues that are more vocal members of the public are concerned about.
I would just like to make a comment that in reading this, if you look at number 4, there's so much attention on space needs, physical this, physical that, cost for that. I worry about the process, because I think the process should be, what are the needs? Who's helping us address the needs? Are the needs being met? And I really think then you need to stop and have a discussion to make sure we all agree on what we need to do based on needs that are or not being met. And then all this physical stuff and cost and things for buildings or whatever is after that. So I just get concerned that this isn't real clear on that. And, you know, maybe you guys will just do it the quote unquote right way when you start the process, but it's not clearly defined. So anyway, I'm just concerned that we don't waste a lot of time and effort looking at what it might cost to build something when we're not clear on, or there's not agreement on what the need to do is first.
Well, I agree with you, Mark.
Yeah,
I
no,
think
we,
that's what we're
we
trying to
agree.
accomplish.
And we
Yeah.
also, like I mentioned in the opening, we know that there is going to be, there's this RFP right now to bring a planner on board to look at facilities. So we're assuming that that is going to be moving forward in a parallel track. And so of course, we can bring this back, you know, before we get to the point where we'd even be looking at where the site would be or what the space requirements would be. We really need to know what it would be. What is it, you know, first, and then we would bring it back to council. So I think that's a good point.
Okay. We have two hands up from the public, so if we could just, I'm sorry.
Oh, I thought David was going to say something. Okay. Never mind.
Okay. Adam, can we bring in? Hey, Adam. Hey, Adam.
Adam's still there?
Yes. Sorry, what's the issue?
We have two members of the public that want to talk on the item we're talking about. Could you bring in the first?
Okay, sorry, no problem.
Thank you.
Good evening. Maria Juega. I wanted to thank you for bringing this back for consideration tonight, and hopefully for your approval. I hear the concerns that have been raised, but I would urge you to go ahead and form the task force. As I think it's been mentioned, we need to have this conversation. We need to, in fact, I would urge you to consider adding some language to the resolution that would clearly prioritize that this effort is about those sectors of the community that have been historically ignored, marginalized, disadvantaged, and undervalued, and have heretofore not had any voice or power to influence the decision-making and the outcomes of prior planning and resource allocation processes. And therefore, that this task force will try to do its best to be reflective of those previously excluded sectors of the community, make a very intentional and concerted effort to engage these neighbors in the planning, the discussions, and the eventual programmatic and management decisions that are part of your recommendations. And this is ultimately what what the intention of this task force should be, is to engage these sectors that up till now have not had a voice, have not been part of the decision making, and it's about time we do embrace them as well and involve them in this process. So thank you very much, and please get going with this initiative. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you, Maria. All right, Adam, will we bring in the next person, please?
Yes, we have Matt.
Evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah, just speak up a little bit. Thanks.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mayor Frida and members of council. I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. I'd like to second the points made by Maria. I very much support the establishment of this task force. And I'd like to say that I'm optimistic about this task force leading to some tangible improvements in meeting the needs of the most vulnerable among us in Princeton. I know the master plan is in the process of being updated, and I was going to ask what the vision was for integrating this task force with that process. So I'm pleased to hear that it seems like the intent is to integrate this task force to some extent with the master plan and the human services needs assessment. I just want to echo the point that this conversation should be happening, and this gives us a chance to, at the very least, work to see where we can better coordinate all the services that are being provided and where we need to be doing more. And we should be doing our best to make sure that those who will benefit from this are part of that conversation and have a seat at the table. So thank you again for letting me speak, and totally support this moving forward. And thank you for all your work on this.
Thanks, Matt. All right, Adam, I think we have one more hand up.
Okay, bringing over Jennifer.
Hi, I just wanted to echo the comments of Maria Huega and Matt, and just say that I worked on the renaming of the middle school, which I see as one piece of the puzzle for reparations for Black people in the community of Princeton. And establishing a community center and addressing needs of members of this town that have been intentionally, historically unmet is a very important thing. And I would respectfully request that everybody on council take a moment and think about who they are in this moment in history and what they stand for. And if they truly believe in supporting everybody in this community and raising the quality of life for absolutely everyone in this town. And think about what they say when they say they want to go on the record, and who they're supporting in this moment of time. So that's it. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
Well said.
Okay, so I know we had one minor change to letting the administrator select staff to help with this. So we should probably make a motion on that. So I'd like us to pull back the original motion, make the motion to amend this a little bit, and then we can do the motion overall. So I just want to get the process out of the way, and then if there's any other comments by council, of course, that also. Michelle?
Okay, so I'll make a motion to amend the resolution to reflect that it will be administrator selected staff person from each of those departments. So we'll make a motion to amend that.
Okay, thank you. Leticia, is
Can
there
I say, actually, the wording that I was going to suggest is that the administrator will designate a staff member from the Departments of Health, Human Services, Corner House, Planning, and Recreation departments to serve on the task force?
Could we say as needed, or so they don't have to be?
Yeah.
That may be better. Yeah, that's
as needed.
Good idea. Yeah, and that's to Eve's point earlier today. Yeah. Right.
Yeah, just so we're not tying up staff.
Exactly. We don't need them to come to every meeting. You know?
Right.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right, so thank you both. Are there any questions on the motion to amend that word? All right, if not, all in favor, could you just say yes?
Mayor, I don't think anyone seconded.
Oh,
Leticia was in a second?
Oh, I'm sorry. I took Leticia.
Okay. Okay. That's how I interpreted it.
yeah. So I thought I was the second.
Okay.
Or by suggesting the language, I don't know if that.
Oh, I guess you didn't explicitly say you're seconding,
Sorry.
or the mayor didn't acknowledge it.
My bad. I should have made that clear that I was taking your suggestion as a second. Okay, so we got that out of the way. Any other? Okay, so now is there a motion on the resolution itself?
I move the resolution with the amendments as made by Michelle and seconded by Tessia.
Okay. Dwayne's got the motion. Sorry, I lost track of it. Okay, Leticia's got the second. Any questions on the motion? All right, all in favor again, if you say aye, put your hand up, do something.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, that's everybody. All right, thank you very much. Okay.
I just want to say that I hope that Matt has a chance to serve on the task force, because if he's on the task force, it will absolutely be a success, no question in my mind.
Okay. Resolution 21-169 to abolish curbside pickup on Witherspoon Street, Nassau to Spring Street, and reestablish on-street metered parking. Is there a, Michelle makes a motion?
I'll make a motion and I have a comment.
Okay, let's just get a second and then we'll, is there a second? Eve with the second, thank you. Michelle, go ahead.
I have a question, but.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Brief comment. Just to thank Deanna and Tiffany and the whole, and Dan Van Meter for really stepping in and really helping with this. And also just mention that the business community on the street has been super supportive of keeping their outdoor dining. So it's really great to see. And, I think that this is going to really help them with the traffic flow. So I just want to thank them because they've done a great job.
Okay, thank you very much. Eve, sorry, you had a question?
So, yeah, I have a question and a question. So the question is when I just can't remember, when is construction slated to begin on our Witherspoon Street redesign project? Is that the end of this year?
That might depend on the discussion we have tomorrow night.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hopefully,
I'm sorry.
yeah, hopefully January 2022, not before.
Okay. And then I'm wondering a little bit if I know that having read the newsletter that as of, I think Friday, the governor is lifting mask mandates entirely in public spaces. So I'm wondering if we're kind of making arrangements too quickly based on how we feel today, and in a week or 10 days, people might feel differently. And I don't know how expensive or difficult it will be to make another set of adjustments. That's just my concern. Things are changing so rapidly in terms of COVID and the level of vaccinations and everything. So I guess I want to know how flexible these changes are, and if we wanted to go further towards eliminating the outdoor dining, how easy would it be to do that, and how much we're kind of committing to something today that may not be needed in 2 or 3 weeks, or is that just an unknown?
Well, it's an unknown, but there have been, substantial investments for some of the restaurants. And, it's kind of like now we're moving towards that. So we'd be taking it away and then giving it back next year. And I think the residents, I think everybody really enjoys it. So.
Mm-hmm. So you see this as something that's not specifically COVID related, that even if people aren't concerned about that the outdoor dining is there for.
Well, they're buying tables and everything. So I think that, and knowing that this is going to be permanent, and they're really excited about that. And we'll talk about it tomorrow night, the design. I think that just kind of flows into the next piece.
But I think what this suggests is likely to be very close to what we might decide tomorrow night. It's very possible. So it should be fairly close. So I don't think it's a big change from, as Michelle said, what will end up there. It's fairly likely.
Right.
So I don't think we're going to have a problem that we're doing something tonight that then we have to worry about in 2 or 3 weeks making any significant change to. That's my gut. No guarantee. But I think it's unlikely that we have to make any significant change for a while.
Right.
Eve, does that help, or?
Not entirely, because I was not looking at this as anything that was more than temporary until we totally rip up and redesign Nassau, Witherspoon Street, which I imagine is going to be a process that takes, based on my limited knowledge of construction, that takes quite a long time. So I guess just for the record, I'll say that, I personally was not thinking about this as a commitment to anything other than a temporary solution. And if it's more than a temporary solution, I understand we're talking tomorrow about what happens on Witherspoon Street, but I feel a little uncomfortable approving this as anything other than a temporary. Trishka, please.
Yeah, I need to chime in on that point. The resolution that you're acting on tonight you're doing under the COVID ordinance. So it really is COVID related and temporary. That doesn't mean as a council, you can't do something more permanent, but then there's a different process that you would need to follow. But right now, this is following the streamlined process that you had established, really intended to just help residents and businesses deal with the restrictions imposed by COVID.
Okay, that's how I was reading it. So just, okay. All right. Thank you all.
Other questions or comments? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, there we go. All right, 21-170, resolution authorizing the use of state contract 81754 with Allstate Office Interiors, Inc. for the replacement of chair upholstery in the courtroom and carpet in the courtroom and conference room A at 400 Witherspoon Street, Witherspoon Hall, in the not to exceed amount of $68,813.26. Leticia, motion? Okay, it's a motion, and then Michelle seconds. Any questions or comments on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, that's everybody. 21-171, resolution amending 2021 professional services agreement with Linda Lee for supplemental public health nursing services for a not to exceed amount of $20,000. Is there a motion on that? Thank you, David. Second by Michelle. Eve?
Oh, I didn't see Michelle's hand. Sorry.
Okay, sorry. Any questions or comments? If not, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Right, it's everybody. 21-172, resolution authorizing a contract with Earl Asphalt Company of Farmingdale, New Jersey in the not to exceed amount of $22,811.40 for the procurement, delivery, and installation of 180 feet of concrete Jersey barrier and 8 crash barrels on Quaker Road for vehicular safety and stream bank slope protection in the vicinity of 44 and 28 Quaker Road. Is there a motion? David, thank you. Second, Eve has the second. Questions or comments on that? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
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 There we go. 21-173, resolution authorizing a professional services agreement with Arcadius US Inc. in an amount not to exceed $74,000 for mini system number 35 sewer rehabilitation engineering design and bid phase services. Is there a motion on that? Eve, thank you. Is there a second? Michelle, any questions or comments? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Can I just add that we're beginning to make progress on some of the changes that our great sewer engineer, Andrew Philippi has introduced, and this will be along with the sewer connection fee change and other things. We'll be seeing a lot of activity in this area this year. So,
Thank you, Eve.
thank you, Andrew.
Okay, 21-174, resolution authorizing the sewer engineer to execute treatment works approval. Is there a motion? Okay, we're gonna give that one to David. Eve with the second. Questions or comments on the motion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, that's everybody. 21-175, resolution authorizing the execution of Second Amendment to Affordable Housing Agreement with Pearl Developers, LLC, and Princeton LIHTC Urban Renewal, LLC, in connection with the development of a portion of Block 5502, Lot 4, commonly known as 100-101 Thanet Road. Is there a motion on that? Dwayne, is there a second? Leticia? Questions or comments on that? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, that's everybody. 21-176, Resolution amending Resolution number 20-115 adopted March 9th, 2020, entitled Resolution authorizing the execution of an agreement for payment in lieu of taxes pursuant to NJSA 5514K-1 with Princeton LIHTC Urban Renewal LLC concerning property identified as a portion of Block 5502, Lot 4 on the municipality's tax map and authorizing execution of an amended and restated agreement. Is there a motion on that? Dwayne, second by Michelle. Questions or comments on that resolution? All right, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 All right. 21-177, resolution conditionally designating Princeton Edens LLC as redeveloper for a portion of property located at North Harrison Street, also known as Block 7401, Lot 1.01, C01, and a portion of 1.011 located in and area in need of redevelopment for development of a mixed-use project. Say that 3 times fast. Okay, David got the motion and Michelle's got the second. Any questions or comments? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Everybody, thank you. 21-178, resolution amending the professional services agreement for Miller, Porter, and Muller PC for an amended amount not to exceed $47,500. Is there a motion on that? David makes the motion, Dwayne seconds. Questions or comments on that? All right, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, that's everyone said aye, thank you. 21-179, resolution authorizing the award of a professional services agreement with law offices of Gerald Muller, PC, for not to exceed cost of $47,500 for legal services to the Princeton Planning Board for calendar year 2021. Is there a motion on that? David, is there a second? Dwayne, questions?
Yes, this came up at the agenda setting meeting, these two things, and I had asked for clarification, and Trishka, you were gonna check to see what was going on there. Were you satisfied that?
Yeah, so it's 2 different things. So the resolution that you just approved was for the 2020 services. You just had to amend the not to exceed cost to reflect what was actually billed for 2020. This is the 2021 PSA for Jerry Muller as planning board attorney. And I think it's just a matter of the paperwork catching up. So it's just his normal services for the year.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you both. Any other questions or comments? If not, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. The consent agenda is up. Is up next, sorry. There's 16 items on the consent agenda. Eve?
Can I pull 21-181 so I can make a quick comment on that, please?
Yes.
No.
Why don't we go ahead and address that first, Eve?
Okay, can I move it and then make my comment?
Yeah.
Okay. Do
Okay.
I get a second?
Thank you, David, for the second.
So the point I just wanted to make real briefly is that this is part of the sewer system, the SIC, moving towards utilizing GIS and again, getting back to our goals for the year, which I checked over today. One of the things that we talked about was, hiring a GIS specialist and getting an integrated GIS system, which I think would benefit so many different departments. So I just want to really put in a pitch to moving that, to a high priority and moving forward on that. And I'm using this resolution as the vehicle for doing so.
Good vehicle to choose. Okay, any questions or comments on resolution 21-181? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, that passes. Are there any of the other remaining 15 items that anyone wants us to take out of the consent agenda? All right, would someone want to move the consent agenda? Dwayne, followed by Eve with a second. All in favor of passing the 15 remaining items in the consent agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
That's everybody. Okay, that is the end of all the items on the agenda.
We're done early.
Mr. Cohen, do you have a motion?
Just move to adjourn.
Is there a second? Michelle seconds. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
I want
we
to thank
beat
all the long haulers who stuck out with us. I think
Yes.
we have, a few people over there.
we did a little better than last meeting. We still have a ways to go.
Right.
Good night, all.
Good night, everybody.
Thank
Good night,
you.
everyone.
Bye.